The guillotine. Roman's finished off many competitors during his championship reign with the guillotine. Cody Fady trying to somehow stay on his feet, but he's in trouble. Roman's got a lot to good.
Oh, my goodness. Ladies and gentlemen, The Rock wants Cody's soul. Will he get it tomorrow at the Elimination Chamber? I don't know, man. The Rock is trying to bribe Cody with some lavish gifts. Brand new car. All the money one could desire. Even got him his own weight belt. Cody's soul. Oh, my goodness, man. When Cody says no tomorrow night, it's going to be fucking hilarious, man. It's going to be a shit show tomorrow at the Chamber. SmackDown tonight, man, it was a lot better than it was last week. I'll tell you that right now. I don't know who was in charge last week, but clearly this week it wasn't the same person. We're going to talk about what was probably the best 3-hour SmackDown of 2025, the go-home for the Elimination Chamber. Ladies and gentlemen, I have some souls to collect at the OTS venue, man, where the drinks are cold, the food is hot, and this is the best of the best of the best in the IWC. And when I get there and walk through those doors, I want to know on this Friday night, what the fuck are you guys drinking? I'll see you over there. Why has Triple H been so successful? Why is Triple H running WWE better than Vince McMahon and Bruce Pritchard on Monday and Friday night? Long-term booking. What is going on, guys? Thank you very much for joining me right here on Off the Script. This is your Friday Night SmackDown post show for February 28th, 2025. I am your host, JD from New York, as always, coming to you live from the OTS venue inside my mother's basement. Thank you guys so very much for joining me on your Friday evenings, wherever you may be on this go-home show before tomorrow night's Elimination Chamber. And what an unpredictable show it is shaping up to be. SmackDown has largely been the worst pro wrestling show of everybody's week. And last week, it really struck a nerve with a lot of people. Last week was one of the worst SmackDowns probably in the last 12 months, outside of The Rock and Cody Rhodes' appearance last week, where Rock asked Cody for his soul and asked Cody to be his champion, whatever that may be leading to going into WrestleMania, nobody knows. And coincidentally, it was the first week in which Brian James, the Road Dogg, D-O-double-G, oh, you didn't know? He's back on the creative team as of last week. It's his first week back. Good old Road Dogg. Road Dogg probably woke up on Saturday morning looking at all the discourse on social media and called up Triple H and said, Bro, what are you doing, man? You're making me look bad in my first week in, man. They're going to be blaming me for this shit. I had nothing to do with this garbage. We got to get to a fix pronto, ASAP. I don't know if this had anything to do with Road Dogg or whoever else is on the writing team, the creative team, the visionaries that build this show, but it certainly was several steps forward compared to last week. We got a lot of star power. It flowed better. We got matches that made sense. We had a little mini tournament for the United States Championship because Shinsuke Nakamura couldn't rightfully defend his championship, as was announced last week on Friday Night SmackDown. We got a little tournament. LA Knight ends up winning the tournament anyway. He gets his championship match. And it's going to be one-on-one LA Knight versus Shinsuke Nakamura for the United States Championship. But that's not why we're here. We'll talk about that a little bit later. We got a lot of star power. It was the go-home show for the Elimination Chamber. It felt like a go-home show for the Elimination Chamber just based on the stars that were there in the building in Canada tonight, in Toronto. And I really enjoyed the 3 hours that was Friday Night SmackDown tonight. A hell of a lot more than I did basically in all of 2025. I thought it was a very, very good show, a solid show right before the Elimination Chamber on Saturday night, which, if you guys aren't aware, I will be live covering the show on every platform that you find me on. It's going to be one hell of a night. It's going to be a big, big night. It's going to be a big way to start the month of March as we close February here on the podcast. They didn't really do much to forward anything because it's all coming to a head tomorrow night. We got interactions between all 6 men in the Elimination Chamber, the men's chamber. We got all the women that are going to be in the women's Elimination Chamber out there building and hyping up what's going up on that side of things. And we got Cody Rhodes, who was going to address the crowd tonight in his final message before a huge looming decision over his career is made tomorrow night at the Elimination Chamber. Cody was supposed to address The Rock, and Cody was going to say what he needed to before he faces Rock one-on-one, man-to-man, face-to-face tomorrow night at the Elimination Chamber, and explain all the pros and cons of what happens when he sells his soul, or what happens when one sells their soul to someone like Dwayne Johnson. Cody didn't really say much of anything tonight. It was advertised as an interview with Michael Cole. But Cody, he was bombarded with questions. Michael Cole basically took over the entire interview and gave him all of the pros and cons of why Cody, if he does sell his soul, what is coming to him. All the riches, the lavish gifts, the rock star treatment, the very much reduced schedule that could be his. He doesn't have to show up anytime he wants. He doesn't have to defend this title against who the company wants him to defend the title against. He could take off as much as he wants. No more house shows. No more 3-week European tours. He could be home with Liberty and be home with Brandy. Then all of a sudden, The Rock interrupted. The Rock wasn't in the building, per se, tonight. I don't even know if he's in Toronto as of right now. But The Rock was filmed at the airport, private airport. Got out of a big 4x4. And he had a white weight belt around his shoulder. And he cut a promo. And he told Cody that the gifts that he's gotten him are just a taste of what's to come. This man gave him a rock star locker room with the finest of catering, hand-rolled sushi, fresh, champagne, caviar, the works. CM Punk even tried to talk to him and see where his mind was at, and basically told Cody that he'd need to sell anything because he was already on top of the world. I think everybody, including Cody, knows that. And then we get to this segment tonight on The Rock. Purchases an $80,000 Ford Raptor, branded with the American Nightmare logo on it, with Cody's name and likeness on it. He's got a new branded Ford Raptor, Cody Rhodes edition, 1 of 1, that was gifted to him tonight by The Rock as a way to bribe Cody to be his champion. And then he pulls out the weight belt. The same weight belt, the same color weight belt that just last year The Rock beat Cody with right in front of his American Nightmare tour bus and smeared his blood on a white weight belt that said Mama Rhodes. This year, that white weight belt says Cody's soul. Cody's going to say no tomorrow. Cody is absolutely going to say no. There's no reason why Cody should say yes. He doesn't need The Rock. Cody is just like his father. He works for everything that he has coming to him. The Rock is either going to beat the shit out of Cody Rhodes right then and there and smear his blood once again on his weight belt, and then inject himself into the WrestleMania main event and challenge Cody Rhodes to the WWE Championship, or someone else is going to take The Rock's offer and become The Rock's champion. And The Rock will own someone's soul, not Cody's. We may not get that tomorrow night, but I feel like someone else is shaping up to sell their soul to Dwayne Johnson. I've gone over this on multiple different nights. I've gone over this on multiple different shows. You guys know where I am on this. CM Punk has even alluded to it. He's joked about it. I'm sure Punk is not an idiot. He's heard the rumors. He's heard the discussion. He might not be active for media on Twitch or not Twitch, Twitter. He might not be active on X, but he knows and he hears and he sees everybody claiming, man, it would be great if we got corporate Punk. I mean, I've been leading that charge. I have been absolutely leading the charge of that discussion. You guys heard it on Friday last week. You guys heard me break that shit down better than anyone the night it happened. And now everybody's running with the same narrative. Either Rock inserts himself into the main event of WrestleMania, and we get Rock and Cody Rhodes for the WWE Championship, which is something that I have been pitching for the last 12 months. Would not mind it. Would not be upset at it. I think it would be a WrestleMania main event for the ages. It's exactly what the show needs. A match like that. Or if we are to believe The Rock, and The Rock says that whatever's going on between him and Cody does not need to culminate in a wrestling match, which is fucking weird. Everything you do needs to culminate in a pro wrestling match. I don't know what show The Rock thinks he's on. I don't know what business The Rock thinks he's in. But yes, whatever he's doing needs to culminate in a wrestling match. If it doesn't, and The Rock was being truthful, and he's not in the main event of WrestleMania, there are several people that could sell their soul to The Rock, which I hope is the plan. Otherwise, I don't know what this soul talk is. Soul man this, soul that. Someone's going to sell their soul, and someone should sell their soul. Someone should want everything Cody does not want from The Rock. We talked about CM Punk. We talked about John Cena winning the Chamber. CM Punk cashing in his favor from Paul Heyman to get into the main event of WrestleMania because he's out of options. Talk to The Rock. Get me in the main event. I want to be his champion. I'm willing to give my soul to get what I want for the first time in my life. It's a very lucrative deal for Mr. CM Punk, if that is the case. And then we get Punk and Cena in the main event of night 1 of WrestleMania. The winner goes on to challenge Cody Rhodes for the WWE Championship on night 2, preferably Punk. Cena needs to continue to chase number 17. It's not going to be that easy. We're not going to wrap it up in 4 months. CM Punk and Cody Rhodes. CM Punk wins the WWE Championship. We end WrestleMania 41 with CM Punk and The Rock shaking hands. CM Punk is The Rock's champion. That was option number 1. Option number 2 would be CM Punk wins the Chamber. Rock inserts himself into the main event of WrestleMania. Punk cashes in his favor to get The Rock out of the main event of WrestleMania. Hire Roman to go take care of Dwayne. We get Cody and Punk, Rock, and Roman at WrestleMania. That was option number 2. John Cena could be a likely one to sell his soul, but I don't think they're going to turn John Cena heel in his final year of pro wrestling. I think that would be ridiculous. Drew McIntyre could sell his soul. Drew McIntyre is someone who has been buddy with The Rock. Drew McIntyre has been on a losing streak. Drew McIntyre could sell his soul to Dwayne. It would make sense. Seth Rollins. Seth Rollins could sell his soul to Dwayne. We don't know. Seth Rollins could be putting on the biggest front of his entire career. Imagine if CM Punk wins the Elimination Chamber and Seth Rollins is so enraged by that he does something he does not want to do just to take it away from CM Punk. Imagine. Could be a story. It would blow up everything that we saw last year, but it's still an option. And all options need to be on the table. Imagine Punk wins the Chamber and Rollins sells his soul after Cody says, no, I want to be The Rock's champion. Anything I can do to take everything away from CM Punk with the help of The Rock. There's a lot of different scenarios that could play out tomorrow night at the Elimination Chamber. All we know after tonight, they may be egging it on. They may be really pancaking it on that Cody has this big decision to make, but we all know the decision that Cody is going to make. He's going to say no. The fun is in the aftermath. What's going to happen? What is Rock going to do? Is The Rock going to insert himself into the main event of WrestleMania? After teasing, it's not about that, after blatantly and clearly is day pointing to the WWE Championship. You know The Rock wants the WWE Championship. Is he going to insert himself into the main event? Is he going to remove somebody from the chamber? Is he going to insert himself into the chamber? I mean, that would be the most unlikely of scenarios. But it could happen. He could take someone out of the chamber. He could take CM Punk out of the chamber. He could take Rollins out of the chamber. We don't know. He wins the chamber. He gets the main event of WrestleMania. He abuses his power. This is the fun in what we do. This is the fun in watching things like this unravel. And I, for one, am enjoying this story. I don't know how everybody else is feeling. I like this. Yes, it was long-winded. Yes, The Rock takes forever to get to a point. But, man, I enjoy this. I do. This is fun for me. I enjoyed last week's segment. I mean, the WWE wrapped it up in a 1-minute, 60-second segment tonight. Nice video package with some eerie, ominous music behind it. I love the message of the promo. I don't know why anybody would be complaining. It's exactly what you all asked for. Unpredictability. Excitement. Look at what they did. We got 2 loaded Elimination Chamber matches with heavy stakes, and we're talking about someone's fucking soul. It's the big hook for tomorrow. Is Cody going to tell The Rock yes or no? Is the Rock going to take Cody's soul tomorrow? That's what we're talking about. Is it outlandish? Sure. Is it ridiculous? Absolutely. But it's fun. It's fucking fun, man. I think it's great. I think it's great. This is exactly what we all wanted. This is exactly what we needed. There's no room to complain here. So we didn't really get a Cody face-to-face interview with Michael Cole. It was more The Rock bribing Cody Rhodes with lavish gifts. New Ford Raptor, rock and roll, fucking rock star treatment, locker room. The decision is coming. I think The Rock knows the decision Cody's making. I know Cody knows the decision that he's making, and The Rock is going to be prepared for the answer Cody is giving, which we all know is the answer of no. That's when the fun begins. Very much looking forward to it. I thought tonight's SmackDown was a very good show. The best SmackDown so far of 2025, at least since the show moved to 3 hours. And we're going to talk about the United States Championship Tournament. We had Trish Stratus and Tiffany Stratton on the show tonight. We had Jacob Fatu get a spotlight like we usually see Jacob Fatu get. And we're going to talk about it all right here on Off the Script. I want to thank you guys very much for joining me here on YouTube, on Twitch, on TikTok, and on X. Thank you guys very much. Tournicade says the dirt sheets are getting fed bad info. Absolutely. They are absolutely getting fed bad info. We will go over that tonight. Wherever you guys may be watching me, man, thank you. Appreciate you very much. Follow me on all those platforms, Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, and Cameo. Hit the subscribe button down below. Turn on the bell for notifications. Make sure you guys go and check out all the content on the channel. We are wrapping up the final stream of February, the second biggest February in the history of the channel. Thank you guys very much for all the support. You guys can certainly support. You can do a couple of things for me. Number one, leave a thumbs up. It's a great way to help us out. and push us into the algorithm. If you guys are watching after the fact and listening to me right now, leave a comment. Doesn't matter what it is. Would you sell your soul to Dwayne? Let me know down in the comment section. Every comment helps us out in the algorithm. Super chats is the best way to support what we do, man. It's the final stream of February. Let's knock it out of the park. Tonight, super chats are open. Get them on in. If you want to support, we will hang out at the end of tonight's podcast. Tonight, we're sponsored by my great friends over at ZBiotics. 15% off using our unique link that I pinned at the top of the live stream chat, and I pinned down in the description and the comment section of this very video. ZBiotics, tonight's sponsor right here on Off the Script. And like I said, I will be live after the Elimination Chamber is over tomorrow night, 10:30 Eastern. We are going to rock and roll like we usually do right here on Off the Script. Let's get into this SmackDown show tonight. Kirk says he would never sell his soul. Andre Davis says, I would if I'm desperate. Listen, man, that's a tough offer to turn down. Selling your soul to The Rock for everything that you could possibly desire in this lifetime. Show got started off with Trish Stratus. Now, I said that this was probably the best 3-hour SmackDown that we've gotten, and there were changes made to tonight's show before they went live on the USA Network. And WrestleVotes put out a tweet. PW Insider put out a report saying that SmackDown, before it went live on the USA Network, will feature a tournament to crown a top contender for the United States Championship. First round matches, and then a triple threat match with the winners. And that's exactly what we got tonight. It sounded like, from all the reports that I saw on Twitter, that WWE listened and heard the criticisms, even though they say they don't pay attention and they don't really care what other people say. I think the outcry last week was way too much to ignore. And I genuinely feel that WWE realized that last week's show was a complete shit show. A complete shit show. To a point where I know they don't want a 3-hour SmackDown anymore. They very much want a 2-hour SmackDown. And it was even reported. This came from WrestleVotes. The show was 3 hours. It will go back to a 2-hour program in June. During the latest episode of WrestleVotes Radio on Sportskeeda Backstage Patreon, several people in the company noted that the show's product has suffered greatly since going to 3 hours, and they dislike the format. WrestleVotes says, and I quote, "We are told several within the company strongly dislike the 3-hour SmackDown format, as those sources feel like the quality of the show has dipped in the last 2 months. It really wasn't all that great before that, but it's gotten a lot worse now that we added the extra hour. Prior to the expansion, there was optimism and belief that some underutilized talent would be able to shine considering the extra hour. However, that has not come to fruition as of yet. SmackDown is still scheduled to return to 2 hours this coming June. Thank God. Thank God. We didn't really get any different. We didn't get any call-ups. We got Roxanne Perez. We didn't get anything that drastically changed on Friday Night SmackDown. It's more of the same. It's just an extra hour. So I'm glad that they're recognizing, and I'm glad that feeling is coming out of the company. And certainly they heard the cries and the criticisms last week. Otherwise, they wouldn't have put in the effort this week to make sure that this show was 1,000 times better than it was last week. I'm not saying we have to have a fucking 10 out of 10 show every week, but man, that first hour and a half last week, the first 90 minutes before Cody and The Rock came on, was some of the worst and some of the most boring WWE television in the Triple H era. And there's no excuses. You can't cover it up. You can't say anything but it sucks. And I'm glad they made the changes tonight to give this crowd in Toronto a proper go-home show right before the Elimination Chamber. Now, the opener of this show wasn't really much of anything. It didn't really forward anything. It was nothing more than to get Trish Stratus out there in the Scotiabank Center in Toronto before we all move over to the Rogers Center, Sky Dome, for the Elimination Chamber tomorrow. Not much to this at all. She was out there, was Trish Stratus. Crowd was chanting her name. She stood in the middle of the ring. She had a Toronto Maple Leafs jersey on that said Trishy on the back. She thanked Lillian Garcia for introducing her. She said she didn't know what year it was. It was like she went back in a time machine. Lillian Garcia's announcing her name. She's on WWE television, mixing it up with some of the young talent in the company. The Rock is back, and who knows what he's up to. Trish then pointed to a little girl in the crowd and said that her daddy probably had a poster of Trish on his wall when he was her age. They showed the guy on camera. Stratus noted how Saturday night will be the first time her kids will see her wrestle live, and they were in the front row. That's a nice thing to have on your resume. My kids got to see me wrestle. She said she was beyond excited to be teaming up with Tiffany Stratton, and that in mind, she introduced Stratton, who then made her entrance to a very loud ovation in the Scotiabank Center. Stratton was also wearing a Toronto Maple Leafs jersey, and Stratus set them up in the promo to both say it's Trishy and Tiffy time at the Elimination Chamber tomorrow. Stratus and Stratton removed their Maple Leafs jersey, kissed them, and threw them into the crowd. Great souvenirs. I even think the guy that she pointed to before, who she claimed had a poster of her on his wall when he was a little boy, I think he was the one who got the jersey. So that's a nice little night for him and his daughter. So the crowd got some souvenirs. Stratton then said that they were going to beat Nia Jax and Candice LeRae tomorrow. And then all of a sudden, Chelsea Green's music hit, and Chelsea Green walks out wearing the WWE Women's United States Championship. Now, I don't know if I misheard last week. Somebody in the chat correct me if I'm wrong. Didn't they mention that Chelsea Green would have a surprise opponent tonight for the Women's United States Championship? Maybe I misheard correctly last week. I don't know if that was still the case or if that was in the plans. But we didn't get a mystery opponent. We still may end up getting that. It may happen tomorrow. It may happen next week on Friday Night SmackDown. Maybe they saved it for next week. Who knows? They did. I would take this, regardless of what the announcement was last week. If that's what they said and they changed plans, fine. I would much rather take this match than another match with Mia Yim or B-Fab or somebody that's not over. Zelina Vega. I would much rather take Chelsea versus Tiffany than any one of those three women. So Chelsea's out there saying nobody wants Dumb and Dumber hogging up all the airtime. Green said she's the best thing to step in the arena tonight. She also took a shot at Austin Matthews. Green said once she left Canada, everything got better. I'm assuming Austin Matthews plays for the Maple Leafs, if I'm not mistaken. Again, I'm not a hockey guy, so I don't fucking know. Green said once she left Canada, everything got better for her because the people are better in America. Stratton said she's from America. And Green doesn't represent her even with the United States Championship. Stratton challenged Green to a match tonight, but Green said she couldn't because she had plans. Nick Aldis then sent the referee to the ring right on cue, and we got a match to kick off SmackDown. Chelsea Green versus Tiffany Stratton. Now, I rolled my eyes at this match being made legitimately because I said to myself, gee, man, it looks like they booked themselves into a corner again. They're both champions. Who walks out the winner here? Clearly, you're not going to have Tiffany Stratton lose. And Chelsea Green is a loser and desperately needs some sort of momentum as the Women's United States Champion. She hasn't done anything with that championship. So I don't even know why they would bother booking this match. But again, like I said, Tiffany was out there. Trish was out there. This was all done to set up the tag team match tomorrow night with Nia Jax and Candice LeRae. It's all that this was for. Chelsea Green was just a Canadian presence in Canada, and they wanted to give her some on-air time tonight on Friday Night SmackDown. That's all that this was. It forwarded legitimately nothing. Not much to this. It got 3 minutes of TV time. We joined the match in progress. After the match was made, we went to commercial. We come back. The match is already in progress. Stratton was in control. She landed her gymnastic flip routine into the corner, the big back elbow, and went for a double stomp, but Chelsea Green moved and came back with a leaping leg drop. Quickly goes for the cover, and she gets a 2 count. Stratton came right back, double stomp, and set up for the prettiest moonsault ever. But Piper Niven pulled Green to the outside. Stratton then hit a dive onto Niven and Green on the outside, and Stratton hit very hard on the outside. I thought that she might have come up injured, but she did not. So thankfully, she's all right. As soon as Stratton jumped off the top rope and dove onto Chelsea Green and Piper Niven on the outside, Nia Jax and Candice LeRae show up and attack Trish Stratus on the outside. Tiffany's in the ring. She sees all this going on. Nia pulls Tiffany out of the ring, and the referee calls for disqualification, and the match ends in a DQ. So Tiffany wins via disqualification over Chelsea Green, thanks to Nia Jax and Candice LeRae. Jax set up for her finish on Tiffany Stratton, but Trish Stratus interfered and saved the day. Stratton set up for the moonsault on Candice LeRae, but Jax pulled LeRae out of the ring to safety as Jax and LeRae backed up the aisleway, leaving Tiffany or Trishy and Tiffy in the ring to stand tall before the Elimination Chamber. You know, I get what they're doing here. I really do. You know, they want Tiffany to really be over. They want Tiffany to have that momentum going into the match with Charlotte Flair, into WrestleMania. They're in Toronto. They use the hometown girl here in Trish Stratus to help set the stage and get the momentum going for Tiffany when we get out of the chamber build and we start building towards WrestleMania. They want Tiffany to be the baby face and Charlotte to be the heel. Before all this, Tiffany was a heel. Then she started becoming a borderline tweener. And now they're positioning her as the babyface because that's all she's going to be at WrestleMania. There's not going to be a single person that wants to see Charlotte Flair beat Tiffany Stratton at WrestleMania. Charlotte will undoubtedly be the heel, and Tiffany will be the babyface. And WWE knows that, so at least they're playing into that. They cannot stop there, though. WWE needs to go further with Tiffany. They cannot have Tiffany continue to do the, oh my God, you know, the Barbie girl, Southern California shtick. They can't have her do that. They can have her go in and out of it. But now we have 2 weeks in a row. Last week and the week before that, where Charlotte made her look like a weakling. Charlotte made her look like a geek. Tiffany needs to grow a set and start getting angry. Charlotte's calling herself the top girl in WWE. She's been out for 14 months and has only won the Royal Rumble. She's not the top girl. Tiffany is the top girl. Tiffany is the women's champion. WWE cannot book and build Tiffany Stratton as a pushover for Charlotte Flair. Hopefully they get the memo. I get what they're doing. I see the vision. Am I interested in this match tomorrow night? The answer is absolutely fuck no. I could not give a single shit about this tag team match tomorrow. I don't care. I'm sure Nia's going to get a championship match out of it. I'm sure we'll get one more defense of Tiffany Stratton's belt before we get to WrestleMania. But I could not give a single shit about this match. It feels very put together. It feels very deliberate. I get what they're doing. I see the vision. I understand why. But if you're asking me to care, I don't. Solo Sikoa was walking backstage. He ran into Jacob Fatu, who said that last week, whatever happened, that was an accident, Oos. It did look like an accident. To be fair, it did look like an accident. Solo said what happened last week made him realize his family needs to make a statement. Solo says he wants Fatu to bring home the United States Championship to their family. Now, Nick Aldis put up a video on social media earlier in the day documenting that there will be 3 one-on-one matches, and the winners of these one-on-one matches will meet in the main event of SmackDown tonight in a triple threat match to crown a #1 contender for the WWE United States Championship. Solo Sikoa was one of those men. Solo Sikoa was one of those guys. And then he gave his spot to Jacob Fatu. So it was Jacob Fatu versus Andrade and not Solo Sikoa versus Andrade. He wanted to show Solo that he loves Fatu, rather. Solo wanted to show Jacob Fatu that he loved Jacob Fatu. And for like a 4th week in a row, Jacob Fatu did not tell Solo, I love you, Solo. So there is still very much trouble in paradise in the Bloodline 2.0. Cody was shown in his fancy locker room. There was fancy food, there was sushi, there was fancy wines. Everything was fancy in Cody's rock and roll locker room. R-Truth was in the locker room. Don't know how he got there, but he was there sitting on Cody's couch. He said maybe Cody should think about teaming with The Rock. Truth told Cody not to be shellfish because there was a plate of shellfish that The Rock delivered to Cody Rhodes. Again, bribes. Everything was a bribe here tonight from The Rock to Cody Rhodes. I guess you consider selling your soul to The Rock, Truth said. Maybe he should think about it. Cody said, maybe I should. Cody told him, go help yourself to the shellfish. Cody seemed a little lost in his thoughts as Truth told him maybe he should sell his soul, as R-Truth was trying to squeeze behind Cody to fill his dish with more shellfish. And then there was this comedic spot where the camera was focused on him, and he started throwing shellfish in his mouth. They're really playing it up that Cody is contemplating taking The Rock's offer here. It's considering The Rock's offer. He even got to get the comedic timing of R-Truth to get in there and claim to Cody that maybe it's best he does take The Rock's offer. We all know that Cody's not interested at the end of the day. Andrade. He went one-on-one with Jacob Fatu. Andrade looks to be in the best shape of his career. And this was a very good match. I could have watched these guys go another 8 minutes. Win 8 minutes. Jacob Fatu defeated Andrade to advance to a triple threat match later tonight for #1 contender spot for the United States Championship. This might have been the best match of the entire night, to be quite honest with you. Jacob Fatu is clearly getting very over with the audience. Very over. And I said this once, I'm going to say it again. He's very over because he's genuine. He's very over because he's himself. He's very over because everything he does and says comes off in a legit manner. Fans are going to be gravitated to something like that. He's not playing a character. He's not trying to pretend to be something else that he's not. He's himself. So when everybody asks, why is Jacob Fatu so over if they introduce him as a heel? Because people want real. That's why. And what you're getting with Jacob Fatu is real. It's as real as it gets. Crowd chanting Fatu. He shoulder blocked Andrade down. He went for a big splash. Andrade moved and eventually went up top. He connected with a beautiful cross body on Jacob Fatu, who got to the outside. Andrade hits a moonsault over the steel post onto Fatu, and he crashed and burned into the ringside barricade. And we go to a commercial break. Show comes back. Fatu. He is in a compromised position as Andrade unleashes a poison Rana on the big Samoan. They both down. They got back to their feet. Andrade hits a series of clotheslines. Flying forearm. He set up for his signature Meteora, the double knees in the corner. But Fatu exploded out of the corner and ran through him, basically throwing his body at Andrade. Took him out. Fatu went for the Samoan hip attacks. Andrade moved out of the way. Kicked Fatu in the face. Andrade did connect with the Meteora. He followed that up by going up top. He went for his big moonsault. He missed. He flipped again. He hit the standing moonsault in the ring. He goes for a cover. 2.5. And the crowd started chanting, "This is awesome." Andrade then set up for his finish, which he calls the message. Fatu countered, sat on Andrade with a big seated senton. Fatu then followed that up with 2 hip attacks, which is now his signature Impaler DDT. He dragged him in position up top, mighty moonsault, and Jacob Fatu wins and advances to the main event tonight with a win over Andrade. Jacob Fatu is great. He is exactly what you expected he was going to be on WWE television, and that is a winner. WWE has realized that Jacob Fatu, coming out of his bloodline story, is going to be a big future piece of the company. They see it, they hear it. 25 is going to be a big year for him. And I read tonight, it was in the dirt sheets tonight, that the stare downs and the one-on-ones with Roman that haven't gone anywhere yet, those were done deliberately, and they will be circling back to that for sure. So whatever that means, looks like Jacob Fatu is going to take on more of a leadership role with whoever he's surrounding himself with. And the Solo Sikoa match at WrestleMania between him and Fatu is certainly looking like it's in the cards. And I'm okay with that. I think that would be great. Fatu is so over right now that a match with Solo Sikoa could actually end up being a sleeper match of the night, honestly. And I'd love to see it happen. And it looks like, by all accounts, by what we see creatively, it's looking like they're heading in that direction. I said after tonight, after this match, just give Jacob Fatu the United States Championship. That's how good he is. I know we got LA Knight. I know we got Carmelo Hayes. But give Jacob Fatu the United States Championship. You want to start him off? There you go. I don't think anybody would complain if Jacob Fatu won the United States Championship. Street Profits. They aired footage earlier in the day where the Street Profits spoke to Nick Aldis. And the Profits said they won't stop what they're doing until they get a tag team title shot. What they're doing is wreaking havoc on TV within the tag team division. Legado del Fantasma and Santos Escobar walked up wanting an apology for falsely accusing them of attacking the Profits. Dawkins says they won't apologize for anything. So then there was a tense stare down between the two groups. All this made the Profits versus Los Garza for later on tonight. Street Profits made their way out to the ring. And Gargano and Tommaso Ciampa, who were not on the card tonight, they ran out of nowhere and attacked the Street Profits. So right when we got this match made, DIY takes the match away from us. I don't really think anybody cared I don't think anybody's complaining about, oh my God, we didn't get the Profits and Los Garza tonight. What am I going to do with myself? DIY said, no, not on our show. Not on our show. We don't need that. Los Garza got in on things, and they're out there. The Profits start fighting off DIY and Los Garza. Pretty deadly, they ran out, attacked the Profits, and we have tag team Bedlam on Friday Night SmackDown. Gargano and Ciampa came back here, attacked Pretty Deadly. Motor City Machine Guns comically came out there, and I don't know what it is with the Machine Guns, man. Every time they come out, they get no reaction. They look corny. They look cheesy, goofy. We need a redo on the Machine Guns. They're out there. They're working over Gargano and Ciampa. Machine Guns and the Profits faced off in the ring. Los Garza and Pretty Deadly cut both teams off. We've got Chaos on SmackDown here in the tag team division. Eventually, the Motor City Machine Guns and the Profits go at each other. Officials came down finally to intervene. The brawl continued, and the officials tried their best to separate all of these teams right now who want nothing but to kill each other. I know we talked about a multi-man match or a multi-person match at WrestleMania. It certainly feels that WWE is setting up at least 2 multi-person matches at WrestleMania. It feels like WWE is certainly going in that direction with the tag team division on SmackDown, and it certainly feels like WWE could be doing some sort of multi-person match on Monday Night Raw for Braun Breaker's Intercontinental Championship. Not a fan of the multi-person matches. I've said that time and time again. I think they're lazy, especially going into WrestleMania, where the company has always tried to get everybody on the show. I don't like it. I would much rather a one-on-one match for the Intercontinental Championship. Don't really mind a multi-team match for the tag team titles. As long as they keep it to that, it should be fun. But it looks like we're getting at least one at WrestleMania. Drew McIntyre. They showed a John Cena Elimination Chamber vignette, and McIntyre interrupted the vignette while it was still playing as he was walking out through the crowd with a live hot microphone. He asked the production truck to stop the John Cena vignette, which made me kind of take a step back and say, now he's targeting John Cena, and now he's starting to develop an issue with John Cena. I'll get back to that in a second. McIntyre made his way out to the ring and called John Cena a hypocrite. McIntyre stood on the commentary table, and he called everyone out for not talking about Cena over the past few weeks on the way to the Elimination Chamber. Cena's not even in the building. So he's sitting out on the announce desk, calling Cena a hypocrite. He says what he cares about is that Cena said everyone can say what they want about him for 7 weeks, but other than CM Punk, no one has said anything. He says he's going to say some stuff about John Cena as he sat cross-legged on the announce desk in front of Joe Tessitore and Wade Barrett. He says he couldn't help but wonder what the 2010 version of Cena would say about present-day John Cena. He said he'd probably start with a childish, poopy joke and then tear himself apart for turning his back on the industry for Hollywood and returning only for ego trips. He said then he'd rip apart his bald spot that deserves its own area code. He says it's not him saying it, it's past John Cena saying it. So at this point, I know everybody was thinking the same thing I was thinking. Are they setting up Drew McIntyre versus John Cena at WrestleMania? I don't know. It's a very good match. for both. If you want to go that road, I like it. I know Drew McIntyre and John Cena have some sort of rapport together. I think that would absolutely be a fun match for John Cena and Drew McIntyre at WrestleMania, especially with where we are coming from. The rumors have stated that it's going to be Cena and Cody. Not interested in that whatsoever. Drew McIntyre's rumored opponent was Damian Priest. Not interested in that whatsoever. But Cena McIntyre, I could get behind that. I could absolutely get behind that.
$6,000.
Drew says he's not a scared kid anymore as he was back then, but now he's a monster that people like Cena helped create. He said he'll bury John Cena at the Elimination Chamber. In 2024, he was screwed time and time again. Fans cheered Ronald Scrub after he won Money in the Bank. He was interrupted by Damian Priest at that point. Damian Priest comes out to address Drew McIntyre. So then I got to thinking, it's John Cena and Drew McIntyre rumored, right? One of the rumored matches potentially that Drew McIntyre could actually have at WrestleMania. We got a little tease of that tonight. But then we get Damian Priest coming out to interrupt Drew McIntyre first and foremost, and now we're back to the original rumor of Damian Priest and Drew McIntyre at WrestleMania. Priest entered the ring and said, enough. So all he does every week is complain and cry. He says he wants sympathy from the people, but they see through him as delusional. Drew told him to point out anything he said that's a lie. Priest said, our truth makes more sense than you. He says he heard he's upset with his position in the company after the great year he had. So they're taking whatever the dirt sheets were reporting and they're playing it into this angle here. Interesting. Damian Priest said that he's heard Drew is upset with his position in the company after the great 2024 he had. Priest reviewed Drew's year, talked about his weird obsession with CM Punk, and how Damian Priest took advantage of that at last year's WrestleMania. Drew denied that he was obsessed with CM Punk. He's still sitting on the commentary table, by the way. And he insisted he doesn't have a weird obsession with CM Punk. I drop the pipe bombs now, he said. Priest said in the chamber he's going to take pride in being the one who pins Drew McIntyre on Saturday night. We got a loud CM Punk chant. Priest said the last time that they were in that arena, he dropped his ass. He says if he needed a reminder, step into the ring. Drew stood up and said that he would. But then all of a sudden, participant number 3 in the chamber comes on out, and that is Seth Rollins. Seth came out. He looked absolutely as ridiculous as he ever looked. He's out there dancing. Seth is on the microphone. He said he's got some very specific Money in the Bank memories, including that he would have defeated Priest for the World Championship if it weren't for the questionable refereeing and CM Punk having a sleepover in the ring and Drew having the worst Money in the Bank cash-in of all time. He stared at Priest and then said he's not there to talk about the past, but he wants to talk about the future. He pointed at the WrestleMania sign. He said now he feels as good as he looks. He looked ridiculous, by the way. And they don't stand a chance against him in the Elimination Chamber. Then participant number 4 comes on out. CM Punk comes on out. And this is when business picked up tonight. The business of the Elimination Chamber build picked up immensely with CM Punk in the ring. He actually wasn't in the ring. He stood on the outside of the ring and he addressed all 3 of these guys, especially Seth Rollins. Punk walked out, fans loudly chanting CM Punk's name. Is it great to be alive in Toronto on a Friday night or what? Look at a loud CM Punk chant. Punk said to Seth, "You say you feel as good as you look. Fantastic. Because you look like an oven mitt." He was out there wearing this bubbly fucking outfit. I mean, go Google red oven mitt, and that's exactly what Seth Rollins looked like. I laughed my ass off. He had this short cutoff jacket right beneath his nipples. I mean, I don't know who the fuck is dressing Seth Rollins, but for him to go out there and say he feels as good as he looks like shit. And CM Punk had every right to say that he looked like a fucking oven mitt. Ridiculous. Then he says he cooked him on January 6th. Now we got puns. Oven mitt, cook. He cooked him on January 6th, and he's going to cook him again inside the Elimination Chamber. He looks over at Priest, says, "I have no issue with you. But if they cross paths in the chamber, Priest will end up being collateral damage." He says he's obsessed with his path to WrestleMania. He said, now somebody is buying souls, and someone had the audacity to ask me if I would sell my soul. He brought it up. Not only did we get Damian Priest calling out the fact that Drew McIntyre is upset with his position in the company, now we got CM Punk addressing the rumors of, man, how cool would it be if CM Punk sold his soul? He said Drew doesn't have his soul to sell because Punk snatched his soul in October at Hell in a Cell. He said everyone needs to get serious. And he told Seth that he will have trouble getting serious given the way he looks tonight. So not only did he call Seth Rollins an oven mitt, he basically said, to go along with the oven mitt line, I cooked you on January 6th. I'm going to cook you at the chamber again. And then he says, given the way that you look, you're going to have a lot of trouble inside the chamber. Punk said Cena embarked on a retirement tour and decided not to show up. He said tomorrow in the chamber isn't about them. It's about him and his main event at WrestleMania 41. Seth said, if it isn't him winning, it certainly will not be CM Punk. And Seth Rollins says he will do whatever he has to do to ensure that CM Punk is not going to win the chamber over his lifeless, dead body, is what he said. So is Rollins' priority the main event? Is his priority what he told Cody on Monday? Or is his priority to make sure CM Punk doesn't get the main event of WrestleMania? Nice little side quest there for Seth Rollins. Drew and Punk exchanged some words. Priest jumped in and said, all Drew is going to do after he loses at the chamber is go on the internet and start complaining to everybody. Then all of a sudden we get John Cena's music over the PA system. The fans legitimately melt into their seat. We got a huge, deafening ovation as soon as the opening note to his theme music hits. And then out comes Logan Paul. Logan Paul mocking John Cena. It's a very interesting little twist. Once again, you can't see John Cena, says Wade Barrett. Logan laughed at the fans for thinking Cena was going to come out. He said Cena doesn't care about them. You can't see him, but you can see me. He addressed everybody in the ring. Look at us full-timers putting in the work, and Cena can't even show up. Classic celebrity wrestler. Fans chanted, fuck you, Logan, which was not bleeped out. You could hear it clear as day on my end on USA Network. Logan then looks at Seth and says he's a great wrestler, but he dresses like he lost the bet. Logan congratulated Drew for being right at home because he can't win a championship these days, just like the Toronto Maple Leafs. Loud boos, because everybody loves their hockey in Canada. He told Priest he barely knows anything about him. Irrelevancy, right? You may be a world champion, but to me, you're irrelevant. He said he's heard he used to be a world champion. He said you have to have a priest stand in the ring, but he can still be the one to answer everyone's prayers. And then he's looking for CM Punk. Where's Punk? Where's Punk? And see, you can't see CM Punk. The camera's not focused on CM Punk. And Punk chimes in, "I'm over here, you idiot." He just yells on the microphone to Logan Paul, "I'm over here, you idiot." Logan said Punk has such a stupid expression on his face, and he slapped it on Monday. He asked how his jaw was. Punk said, "My jaw's good. You want to get a first-hand look?" And then he walks up the aisleway, and Logan Paul retreated. This was a great segment. I thought this was fantastic stuff. This was probably the best segment on SmackDown all year. And coincidentally, it's for the Elimination Chamber. I like the animosity with everybody. I like the energy between everybody. Drew McIntyre directly has a thing with CM Punk. That is not over with. That is not gone anywhere. It may be over on camera, but their volatile year is going to be very prominent in the ring. Damian Priest and Drew McIntyre. Damian Priest beat Drew McIntyre at WrestleMania in April, the WWE Championship. Cashed it in. McIntyre and Rollins. McIntyre and Rollins had that match before Priest cashed in. McIntyre beat Rollins for the WWE Championship, held it for 5 minutes. CM Punk and Seth Rollins. You guys know the deal there. CM Punk and John Cena. You know the deal there. One of Cena's most greatest rivals is CM Punk. They will have a face-to-face tomorrow night, and it's going to be epic. Now we got this Logan Paul and CM Punk dynamic. And we got this Logan Paul and John Cena throwing jabs at John Cena when he's not even there. Could it all be for show for tomorrow night inside the chamber? Absolutely it is. But I do think that some of these things that were said tonight and some of the ways that this was set up tonight could be a glimpse into the future about where we're going for WrestleMania. McIntyre comes on out. The first person he addresses is John Cena for not being there, being a hypocrite. It's his retirement tour. We don't see him. Where is he? See John Cena fucking vignette. Where the fuck is he? He's talking about how he's not a little kid anymore. The monster that Drew McIntyre is right now is because of people like John Cena. Are we getting Drew McIntyre and John Cena at WrestleMania? Again, I won't mind it. I think that's a WrestleMania match if you want to go and book a final WrestleMania match for John Cena. But then we get Damian Priest coming on out, and that was the rumor. It was McIntyre and Priest linked together. That was the pivot from whatever plans we thought McIntyre had. Everybody thought he was going to make a statement with the bloodline, chase the bloodline, maybe go after Roman. Priest comes on out, and then we get Priest and McIntyre. Then we get Rollins out there. Rollins and Punk. Are we looking at everybody's WrestleMania opponents right now, the way that they deliberately interacted with each other? Are we getting McIntyre, Priest, Punk, Rollins, and Logan Paul and John Cena? Could be. I don't want to say that's the way it's going to be. I think they could do better than that. I do. Where does that leave Roman? Where does that leave Roman? Something's going to happen tomorrow night. It's not going to be as square right down the middle as everybody thinks. There won't be a singular winner, and we go very straightforward into WrestleMania. Something is going to happen somewhere tomorrow night that throws a huge wrench into the gears and blows the fucking card up. I truly believe we're going to get something that directly affects the main event of WrestleMania happening on night one of WrestleMania. I have a feeling WWE is going to use the two-night format to build its WrestleMania main event this year. Whatever that ends up being, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what the WrestleMania card is going to look like. I could give you my WrestleMania card, and everybody has certainly done that. I don't know where we go. Logan Paul and John Cena might not even be the play. Maybe he did that tonight as just simply a troll to be the heel in a foreign country. I know we got Logan Paul teasing something with AJ Styles on Monday Night Raw. I don't mind that. That's an innocent enough match, first-time match for them. I would gladly take that. It should be a low-key banger. We know what AJ's capable of. We know what Logan Paul's capable of. For the sake of this WrestleMania card and the importance of what it is for John Cena's final year, I'm not going to do Logan and John Cena. I know I pitched that, but the more that I think about it and the more that I see it, I think doing that match takes away from the overall epic WrestleMania card that we could eventually get. Logan Paul and John Cena will happen. And it will happen in Saudi Arabia, as WWE reportedly is going to be in Saudi Arabia 3 times this year for PLE. So we'll see what happens. I like my idea. The several ideas that I pitched already, Friday, Monday, and now again tonight. I don't want to set myself up for disappointment, but I like my ideas a lot better than what ever the straightforward is for WrestleMania. It's either going to be Rock Cody or Roman Rock. There's no in between. That is if The Rock wants to wrestle. If The Rock is not wrestling and we are to believe him saying everything that him and Cody has done doesn't need to culminate in a match. If Rock is not wrestling, Roman is going to wrestle Seth Rollins. If The Rock is wrestling, then he's going to wrestle Roman Reigns. That's the only way that I see it. If Rock wrestles Cody, then I think we get Roman and Seth. That's the way I think we're going to end up getting. Punk? I have no fucking clue. It is so confusing. I'm trying everything not to book a triple threat match. I don't want to see that. Could we see Cody, Rock, and Punk in the main event? The Rock being involved in WrestleMania makes the best WrestleMania card and the one that makes sense. I truly believe that. If The Rock is not wrestling, I do think we go with a 2-match, 2-night format. I think Punk gets his main event with Cena. I think we get Cena losing, coming close to number 17, but ultimately failing. We got King of the Ring and Money in the Bank still left to do, and give John Cena one more opportunity to do that at SummerSlam. CM Punk is going to wrestle Cody Rhodes at WrestleMania. That is my final prediction. I think that is the WrestleMania match. Again, we don't know because Rock could show up and say, I want the main event of WrestleMania, and then everything else, figure it out. Cena, Punk, night 1, Punk, Cody, night 2. That's the way. That's the way. Whether or not Punk becomes a corporate champion, he doesn't need to. He could still cash in his favor. He could still cash in his favor. I think that's what we do. Then we get Roman, Seth, Logan Paul, and AJ Styles, Drew McIntyre, Damian Priest, Solo Sikoa, Jacob Fatu, Tiffany Stratton, Charlotte Flair, Rhea Ripley, and Bianca Belair versus Io Sky, triple threat match. LA Knight versus Carmelo Hayes, or whatever you want to do with the United States Championship. Braun Breaker versus a myriad of men for the Intercontinental title. It is very difficult for me to look past the idea that I pitched to you on Friday night last week. It just makes too much sense, and it really gives the WrestleMania card that big card, so big that you can't miss it type of feel. Cena Cody doesn't work. Punk Cody straight up doesn't work. There needs to be something. Even the original match of Punk and Roman, I don't want to see because it's not necessary right now. It's not. The fuck do they have to do with each other? They have there's no tension there. There's tension, but it's not really enough to warrant a WrestleMania match. It's not there. Sure, Punk eliminated Roman from the Royal Rumble, but he also eliminated Seth Rollins. But Rollins is the one who attacked Roman and left him out. You don't think Roman's going to come back for Seth? I firmly believe that's the match. Roman versus Seth at WrestleMania. The history there alone equals a WrestleMania match. Roman is not getting Punk at Mania. He's not. I would be disappointed if they do it now. I really would. To me, it means nothing right now. Roman, Seth. Cena, Punk, night 1. Punk, Cody, night 2. This is obviously all without The Rock involved. Again, Rock throwing his name into the WrestleMania mix. This could certainly be a thing tomorrow night. He could basically say, I am coming for the WWE Championship. I'm taking Cody's title in the main event of WrestleMania. This was a great segment. This was a great segment. And one that really highlighted how big the Elimination Chamber is. Is it the most star-studded Elimination Chamber of all time? It may very well be, honestly. Triple H even said, and it's very difficult to believe his words nowadays, because he said it to the January 6th episode. He said it for the Royal Rumble. He's becoming his own hype man. Triple H said that WWE Elimination Chamber and the weekend that is in Toronto is an industry-changing weekend. Why is it an industry-changing weekend? Why is it an industry-changing weekend? Triple H said the Elimination Chamber event is set to be massive. WrestleVote says, those are bold words. The stage is set. Something's going to happen. Something needs to happen. We didn't get anything on December 14th. We didn't get anything on January 6th. We didn't get anything on January 25th. We got a great Royal Rumble. Jey Uso unpredictably won the Royal Rumble. We haven't gotten anything yet. Now The Rock is back. Something needs to happen. I guarantee you something will happen. I don't want to hear these empty promises and these empty words. Stop delivering these promises and then have nothing happen. But the simple fact that The Rock is already back and he's got people talking basically on what he said to Cody from Friday, asking Cody for his soul, I guarantee you something is set to happen that is going to change the entire WrestleMania card. And it's going to be like walking through a fucking cloudy day. You're going to see the sunshine after Saturday. You're basically going to be seeing the WrestleMania card right there in front of you. You have to. Enough waiting. Us fans need something to sink our teeth into. Enough guessing, enough fantasy booking. Show me the fucking card. After Saturday, there'll be 6 weeks. 6 weeks. 7 weeks till WrestleMania. It's time to shit or get off the pot. LA Knight versus Santos Escobar. This went 11 minutes. This is a U.S. title contender tournament match. This was pretty academic. I don't think anybody expected Santos Escobar to win this one. Standard run-of-the-mill Santos match. Standard run-of-the-mill LA Knight match. Escobar and Knight traded back and forth for the first couple of minutes. Knight went for his jumping elbow spot very early, but Escobar moved and eventually found his way to the outside, where Knight went for a sliding drop kick through the ropes. Escobar moved out of the way and threw Knight into the steel steps. This was kind of sloppy. A little miscommunication here on both guys' part, but nothing too serious. We go to a commercial break. We come back from the break. Escobar chopped Knight inside the ring. Knight came back with a slap. They trade elbows back and forth. until Escobar kicked Knight's leg and followed up with a big headbutt. Knight came back with a leaping neck breaker. He goes for a 2 count. Escobar ran at Knight's head he ran Knight's head into the middle turnbuckle and then worked over LA Knight's arm. LA Knight starts making a babyface comeback. He fires up. He slams Escobar down. He followed that up with a big elbow, set up for the BFT. Escobar countered, tripped up Knight. Escobar then placed Knight on the top rope. Escobar hits a Frankensteiner from the top rope for a very close near fall. Escobar then kicked Knight in the head. He went to the top. He jumped at LA Knight, but Knight caught him for a BFT, and he gets the victory over Santos Escobar. 1, 2, 3. LA Knight advances. No surprises here at all. Sami Zayn. Sami Zayn is in the building. He was in the middle of the ring for a promo segment. I'm very much looking forward to this match with Kevin Owens tomorrow. The intensity and the real friendship that we've seen play out. We know the very well documented history of both guys. And this is going to be fucking great. Kevin Owens tonight said that this is the biggest match that they have ever had together. Ever. Zayn took his time to speak. He's obviously Canadian. They gave him a warm welcome. Zayn said that it would be an understatement to say he and Kevin Owens have been through a lot together. Zayn says he knows for a fact that Owens is in Toronto tonight, and he wanted to invite Owens to the ring to stand in front of all of their countrymen and say his final piece face-to-face before tomorrow night's Elimination Chamber. Owens' voice popped up. You start to hear Kevin Owens' voice in the arena. Is he in the crowd? Is he coming out behind the commentary desk? Is he walking out from the back? Did he show up late? He wasn't even in the building. We heard his voice. Where is he? We see Kevin Owens on the big screen. Kevin Owens is actually at the Rogers Center, the Sky Dome. In an empty Sky Dome in the ring where tomorrow's Chamber will be. And he's cutting a promo from the Rogers Center on Sami Zayn, who's in the Scotiabank Arena. Owens said tomorrow night will be the biggest match that they've ever had against each other. Owens says he's not the bad guy, and everything that happens to Zayn on Saturday will be something Zayn deserves. Owens said after Saturday, when Zayn is stuck to a wheelchair, Zayn needs to know Owens will not help Zayn's family, and Owens will watch Zayn's family suffer. Zayn says he's been nervous all week, but not about what might happen to him, but what he's going to do to Kevin Owens. Zayn says he's nervous that Owens' parents and wife and kids won't be able to forgive him after this match. Zayn says if they don't forgive him, he can live with that because he's prepared to end Kevin Owens. Owens says there's nothing else to say, but I will see you tomorrow night. Again, I said it last week. Sami Zayn, when he delivers a promo, there's not anybody in the WWE that elicits as much emotion as Sami Zayn. Everything, like I said with Jacob Fatu, it's real. Every time Sami speaks, it's real. It comes from somewhere. It comes from his heart. You feel it. You know it. He's just like everybody. That's what people love about Sami. And I like the fact that we are getting Sami having these malicious thoughts when it's not who he is at all, but it's exactly what Kevin Owens has brought out of him. And I do think that this is going to be the longer part of a story for Sami Zayn. I do. Because we have booked on TNT on Tuesdays, Sami Zayn, we don't know where he's going to go for the rest of the year. But we do know that the Elimination Chamber is going to be a huge beginning to Sami's year. I don't know where that ends him up at WrestleMania. The rumor right now is Randy is ready to come back. He's going to be back in a week or two, imminently, is what the report said. He's going to be back on the road to WrestleMania. Are we going to get Randy Orton tomorrow? Is he going to save Sami Zayn from whatever Kevin Owens has planned for him. Are we going to get Randy Orton versus Kevin Owens at WrestleMania? That's what we are led to believe. That is what we are led to believe. Is Randy Orton the corporate champion? Is Randy Orton set to become the corporate champion? Randy Orton might not even come back for Kevin Owens. We don't know. Randy Orton could come back and take The Rock's offer, and he could challenge Cody Rhodes at WrestleMania. Is Sami Zayn and Kevin Owens, though it's an unsanctioned match, does it even yield a winner? Is this part one of a bigger story for them? Are we going to get Sami Zayn and Kevin Owens not reaching an outcome tomorrow? And we're going to run it back at WrestleMania. I don't see that being the case. I do think that we get Randy Orton tomorrow. I do. I think Orton comes back. I think Orton saves Sami. I think Sami beats Kevin Owens. I think we get Kevin Owens and Randy Orton. Straightforward, no surprises. It's the way it was told to us. But I'm throwing it out there. Kevin Owens has been right. Whether you like Kevin Owens' character or not, Kevin Owens has been right every step of the way. He has a legitimate gripe, and he's right to have one. I say we see Randy Orton save Sami Zayn tomorrow, but I'm going to put a little asterisk next to that one. I would not be surprised to see Randy Orton come back, sitting at home after everything that has happened, after the pile driver, seeing how everything played out over the months he's been gone, to come back and realize, you know what? Kevin Owens has been right all along. Kevin Owens wasn't wrong. Cody Rhodes was wrong. I'm going to put a little asterisk next to that one. Could see it happen. Randy Orton legitimately could be the, no pun intended, the dark horse. It could be something that nobody's really calling attention to, something that nobody's thinking about. It would make sense. See, this is why I think this is fun. This is why I think this is fun. We'll see tomorrow night. But I do think we get a very straightforward Sami KO. It's going to be brutal. It's going to be a brutal match. But I do think we get Randy Orton saving Sami Zayn and Randy Orton, Kevin Owens at WrestleMania. The Miz and Melo. They were talking backstage. Melo told Miz to stay back for his match. Melo left. Cody walked into frame. Miz asked Cody what he's going to do with The Rock, asking for his soul. Miz said Rock runs Hollywood. Miz says the audience doesn't get it because they see Cody as the face of the company, but they know that there is so much more Cody can accomplish. Miz said the only way Cody can get it is if he takes The Rock's offer. Miz introduced the idea that someone else could take The Rock's offer if Cody does not. These things are purposely done. They are purposely thrown into the show. Do I think Cody's going to take The Rock's offer? Nobody thinks that's going to happen. Do we think someone else is going to take The Rock's offer? All signs are pointing to yes. And if it's not, it needs to. That's the story. Who? Carmelo Hayes and Braun Strowman. This went 2 minutes. 2 minutes. I actually thought this was a very, very good way to end this match. Strowman threw Melo around to start things out. This was a United States #1 contender match, by the way. Melo rolled to the outside. Strowman hit his running shoulder block, tore off his shirt. All of a sudden, Tama Tonga ran out. And Solo Sikoa's out there as well. And they're out there to take Strowman out of the equation to give Jacob Fatu an even bigger chance to win the United States Championship tournament here tonight. So Solo's out there with a chair. He hits Strowman. Strowman no-sells it. He takes the chair from Solo. Hits Solo. Strowman then threw Tama Tonga over the commentary table, which seems to be ground zero nowadays. Back in the ring, Strowman throws the chair in the ring. Mello picks up the chair, smashes it on the ground. Strowman's in the ring. He throws the chair to Strowman. Carmelo Hayes does the Eddie Guerrero and falls back. You heard the sound of the chair. Mello's down. Strowman's holding the chair. The referee turns around. He sees Strowman holding the chair. Ring the bell. The referee actually disqualified Braun Strowman. And Carmelo Hayes beats Braun Strowman in a #1 contender title match. Tournament match. And he advances to the triple threat match tonight. The freshest of everybody. The two other guys had to wrestle 10 minutes. Mello just used his brain and beat the fumbling giant in Braun Strowman. I like it. I thought this was great. Bayley and Bianca, along with Naomi, they were shown in the locker room talking about the Elimination Chamber. Belair said, may the best woman win in the Elimination Chamber. I do think that we see Jade Cargill tomorrow. I do. I think Bianca wins the chamber. I think Jade targets Naomi. I think Naomi is the culprit. And I think we get Naomi versus Jade Cargill at WrestleMania. Bayley walks in. She's talking about how happy she's going to be to get her hands on Roxanne Perez tonight. Naomi said she wants to get locked in the ring with Liv Morgan first at the Elimination Chamber. Bayley said they all know that Liv and Raquel attacked Jade Cargill despite all of their denials. Then Belair said, may the best woman win. We got a 6-woman tag team match here. Roxanne, Liv, and Raquel versus Bayley, Bianca, and Naomi. This went 9 minutes. 9 minutes. Everybody in this match, except for Raquel, is in the Elimination Chamber. So we'll pick it up after the commercial break where Bayley and Roxanne are on the outside. Rodriguez on the outside. Bayley's in control. She gets a big splash on Morgan and does a round of big splashes on Roxanne and onto Raquel. And we go to a commercial break with Bayley pointing at the WrestleMania logo. Show comes back from the break and Rodriguez was working over Bayley, who ultimately got to tag in Belair, who flew into the ring from the top and worked over Rodriguez. Belair superplexed. Rodriguez fire up the crowd. Handspring moonsault, goes for cover, only gets a 2 count. Naomi tagged in. Belair hits some type of backbreaker on Morgan. Rodriguez lifted Naomi and slammed Naomi on the top rope. Roxanne tagged herself in and threw Naomi into a corner where Naomi kicked Perez in the head. Bayley tags back in, landed the big elbow drop on top of Roxanne. Morgan broke up the pin attempt off Bayley's elbow. Things are breaking down. Rodriguez and Naomi fought on the outside. Perez and Bayley were alone in the ring. Roxanne hits Pop Rocks on Bayley for the win. So she gets a big victory over Bayley before going into the chamber. So Roxanne gets the win before Saturday night, which basically ensures Roxanne is not going to win the Elimination Chamber. Roxanne pointed at the WrestleMania sign for the first time this year. No, she's not winning the chamber, but Alexa Bliss showed up from behind Roxanne Perez and delivered her version of Sister Abigail to Roxanne Perez. Alexa Bliss is the other one in the chamber. And I like this match as well. I'm going with Bianca Belair to win the chamber. I think Bianca and Rhea are going to be in the WrestleMania Women's World Championship match. And I do think that Io is going to somehow find herself in that match. I think we're getting a triple threat match. I think Io deserves it. My prediction. Byron Saxton interviewed the android, Charlotte Flair. Byron asked, how about Tiffany's tag team match at the Elimination Chamber, where she's teaming up with Trish Stratus against Nia Jax and Candice LeRae? Charlotte said, yeah, her team is cute. But once the smoke clears, Tiffany will have a bigger problem to deal with. And that problem will be Charlotte Flair. Did we need her on TV? I could have done without this segment. Completely unnecessary. Got a Nakamura vignette airing with subtitles. He said he will humiliate whoever his next challenger ends up being. The other dogs will see what happens when you bite my hand. Nakamura was not on the show tonight. He was supposed to defend the United States Championship against LA Knight tonight. I'm assuming we'll get that match. Probably not tomorrow, maybe next week on Friday Night SmackDown. Nakamura wasn't on the show because a good friend of his mentor, passed away this past week, and he wasn't able to make tonight's show. Main event, Jacob Fatu. Jacob Fatu cuts a promo. He's walking towards the ring. One of my favorite things about a Jacob Fatu match is the promo he cuts before the match as he's walking through the backstage area and walking through Gorilla. I love it. LA Knight, Carmelo Hayes, and Jacob Fatu, #1 contender triple threat match for the United States Championship. It almost felt like LA Knight was going to win this because I thought Solo and Tama Tonga were going to be out there to try and help Jacob, and there was going to be some miscommunication of sorts, being that has been the case for the last couple of weeks. I didn't give Carmelo Hayes much thought into winning this match. I had a slight Jacob Fatu chance of winning this match because I thought Jacob Fatu winning the United States Championship would be a quick fix to an overwhelmingly boring problem with Shinsuke Nakamura being champion. But it looks like they're going right back to LA Knight. So LA Knight Nakamura seemingly was the plan for tonight until the plans changed and Nakamura would not be able to be there. And they ended up giving LA Knight the victory anyway. But what I thought coming out of last week is that he beat The Miz. And I thought last week's match with The Miz was the #1 contender. The United States Championship match. Nick Aldis was out there last week saying, both of you guys seem to think you deserve a title match. Well, why don't you figure it out? And here we are having LA Knight, again, go through 2 matches tonight to get what he won last week, supposedly. Maybe last week's show was so bad they wanted you to forget that it actually happened. Just felt LA Knight winning was just very predictable. But I would have given it to Jacob. Now, you could have had Jacob beat Nakamura on the way to WrestleMania and have the match with Solo at WrestleMania beat the United States Championship. Again, that would solve a lot of problems. But they didn't go that way. But right now, we don't know what LA Knight's WrestleMania match would be. We kind of figured Fatu and Solo's the WrestleMania match, but LA Knight, if he beats Nakamura in the coming weeks, who is he going to defend the United States Championship against at WrestleMania? Knight hit Fatu into Melo at the beginning of the match. Knight hits a bulldog on Fatu from the second rope. Fatu popped right back up. No sold it. Knight threw Fatu to the outside. He slammed Melo down. Knight hit his jump-up elbow on Melo. Fatu got involved, threw LA Knight to the outside. Fatu headbutted Knight, slammed Melo against the apron. Melo fights back against Fatu until Fatu punched the shit out of Carmelo Hayes. Knight comes back. He was thrown into the crowd barrier via Fatu. Fatu then tried to tackle Knight and Melo through the crowd barrier, but they both moved, and Fatu, he went flying over the barricade. Went flying over the timekeeper's area. He landed fucking hard. Like, he legitimately cleared the barricade and landed on the floor. He didn't even hit the barricade and flip over. He just fucking dove over that motherfucker. We go to a commercial break after that. Back from the break, Fatu somehow back up. I don't even think Fatu is human. Either that or he's impervious to pain. Fatu out of control, overruled Melo and Knight. Fatu threw Melo basically all over the place. He draped LA Knight across the top rope. Knight ran into an elbow from Fatu. He then super kicked Melo. Obviously, the babyface here is LA Knight, but crowd was very much behind Fatu as well. He went for a senton. He missed that Fatu. Went for a senton on Melo. Followed up with a DDT. Really didn't matter because Fatu popped right back up. Hits a Samoan drop on Carmelo Hayes. Knight came back at Fatu and hits a neck breaker for a 2 count. Knight and Melo then start teaming up on Fatu. Fatu Again, no selling it. Knight hits a BFT on Fatu. At the same time, Melo landed the first 48 on Knight for a very close 3 count. Kicks out 2.5. Melo went to the top, and Knight pushed Melo onto Fatu, who was on the outside. All this resulted in LA Knight hitting a springboard splash on Fatu on the commentary table. Carmelo rolled Knight back into the ring. He went up top. Melo hit nothing but net on LA Knight. And realistically, if you guys watched SmackDown along with me, nothing but net connected on LA Knight. And this was a 3 count, 3 all the way, clear as day for Carmelo Hayes. Fatu was just a little bit too late in making the 3 count or breaking up the 3 count. And the referee, I think it was Eddie Orango, I think he was the referee. Whoever it was, had to physically stop his 3 count because Fatu was supposed to interfere, and he jumped off the top rope to break up the pinfall just a little bit too late. I don't think the crowd really reacted as it was a fuck up because I think generally everybody wanted Fatu to win this. So I don't even think the crowd minded. But I saw it, and it looked a little late. So he breaks up this 3 count. Fatu hits the mighty moonsault on Melo, and he was going to win. But LA Knight pulled Fatu out of the ring. He slides him underneath the bottom rope. He lands hard on the mat. He gets right back in there, and off the mighty moonsault, LA Knight covers Melo 1, 2, 3, and LA Knight is the #1 contender for the United States Championship. He steals a United States Championship match from Jacob Fatu. And if you don't think that is coming back to haunt him, LA Knight is a fool. Fatu's coming for LA Knight. When, where, I don't know. That may very well be the WrestleMania match. We may get LA Knight defending against Jacob Fatu at WrestleMania, and we're not even talking about Fatu and Solo. We don't know yet. If Solo doesn't get Fatu, I don't really see Solo in a WrestleMania match at all, which will be sad because he's had the best year of his career. But I could see LA Knight and Jacob Fatu somewhere down the line for that United States Championship. We just got to get LA Knight and Shinsuke Nakamura first. Cody was walking backstage. He ran into CM Punk. Very interesting that Punk was just standing there waiting for Cody Rhodes to walk by. Punk said, "He wants your soul, huh? What's that about?" Because he's not sure. I'm not sure what that's about. Punk says he's on top of the world. So what is The Rock offering? Punk asked what young Cody would have done. Punk says his younger self would have taken the offer in a second. His younger self would have taken the offer, huh? What about his current self? He says he's happy that offer never came to him. He said a lot of people are giving him advice, and he has no love for Dwayne, but he'd like to see him take the offer. Cody said, "What? I'd like to see you take the offer, shine it up real nice, turn it sideways, and shove it up his Hollywood-loving candy ass." Punk said Cody has gotten this far by listening to his heart and following his instincts. He says he should make his own decision. Don't listen to me. You're going to make your own decision. You're your own man. But I'm planning to win the Elimination Chamber, and I will see you at WrestleMania. We'll see. He may see him at WrestleMania under different circumstances. We don't know. We don't know. The triple threat match between Fatu, Melo, and LA Knight was the last match of the night, and our main event segment was a mid-ring promo between Michael Cole and Cody Rhodes. Cody made his entrance. Cole said in 24 hours he has to decide if he's going to sell out. sell out in 24 hours. Cole says the Cody he is known for over 20 years would never take this offer. He said he left the company, became a bigger star, forced WWE to take him back, headlined 2 WrestleManias, and is adored by the fans. You're living up to the legacy of your father, says Michael Cole. He says he wanted to bring up what might happen if he does accept The Rock's offer. Cody interrupted Michael Cole, stopped Michael Cole. Fans are chanting, Rocky sucks, Rocky sucks. Cody is interrupted by Michael Cole. Cole told Cody, don't deflect, Cody, don't deflect. If you take this offer, you could have all the money in the world and decide to only defend the title against who you want to defend that title against. And only at the most profitable premier events. He says he could get a seat on the board of TKO and run the company. He said no more appearances in small towns and 3 weeks away in Europe on European tours. He said no more bus. You could be at home with your family. Cole said he was told, wait a minute. I'm told that there's a gift for you. There's a gift for you. And he's pointing to the stage. Camera turned to the stage. A new red Ford Raptor drove onto the stage, imprinted with Cody's likeness and brand all over the truck. Good luck with that decision, said Michael Cole. Cody looked up at the big screen, and all of a sudden, you see The Rock getting out of a black pickup truck, arriving at a private airport. Cody walked up to this Ford Raptor. He looked at the red truck that The Rock gifted him up close. Rock starts speaking and said, I'm about to get on the bird and fly to Toronto, and I'm ready to be there at the chamber. Camera showed his private jet. Rock said Cody is about to make a decision of a lifetime. Rock said Cody's going to do the right thing. He's going to do the right thing, guys. He's going to do the right thing. He told him to enjoy the gift that he got. Says he knows Cody loves to drive on the open roads and the dangerous roads and the beautiful roads and the dusty roads. I love this. This is a maniacal, sick Rock. I don't know how you guys feel. I love it. I think this is great. I really do. It's a different take on what the Final Boss was last year. And I actually think it's great. Rock says he's been talking to his daddy, Dusty Rhodes. So The Rock has been talking to Dusty Rhodes all week. How has he been talking to Dusty Rhodes? Did he pull out the Ouija board and fucking summon Dusty's spirit? Does he got Dusty on speed dial? Where is he? This man said he's talking to Dusty Rhodes. He said he was talking to Cody Rhodes this week. We had a couple phone calls. We had a FaceTime this week. Rock said the fans will be waiting all night to hear my music at the Elimination Chamber. So Rock is going to open his arms and say, embrace me, my brother. He said Cody will accept his offer and hand over his soul so he can make his dreams that he didn't even know come true. He says he will make his wife and daughter's lives better if he makes the right decision and gives him his soul and becomes The Rock's champion. The Rock clearly had a weight belt over his shoulder. A white weight belt. He revealed what was on the front of the belt. It said, Cody's soul, June 11, 2015. He said that's the day his daddy died and the day that broke his heart. Because his daddy was one of his heroes. He told Cody not to break his soul again. Said he loves him. Throw up the peace sign. Cody looks at this video on the big screen. He's contemplating what he just heard from The Rock. He's contemplating what he heard on Friday last week. He's got this new Ford Raptor staring in front of him. He's got the caviar and the sushi and the champagne in the locker room. All these dreams, these lavish riches, a life that only a very few could live. It's all staring him in the face. I love this. I think this is great. It's clearly a take on a biblical story. It is the devil. It is evil, tempting you away from the good of the Lord. That's all it is. It's a very simple story to tell. It's any temptation that you and me and everybody else have gone through in our lives, tempting you with happiness in the interim, temporary, but never really truly fulfilling. It's never true, genuine, fulfilling happiness. Because you have to give up something that is a part of you to get that. And The Rock has made his intentions clear. Was last week's promo long-winded? Sure. But the things that The Rock said in the promo last week, you took the biggest WrestleMania match in history away from my family. You took that away from me. You took a match with Roman Reigns away from me. You don't think The Rock, looking at Cody beat Roman last year, taking the WWE Championship from him being the guy to ruin the family and send this fucking family into a whirlwind for all 2024. You don't think The Rock is looking at that and wants revenge? The Rock has been in the shadows for months and months and months. He's pretended to be Cody's friend, drinking Terramana, drinking Wheatley's vodka, putting him over, glazing him. He's carried the companies on his back. He's someone I respect greatly. It's all a fucking game. This is great. Whether it leads to a match with Rock and Cody or not, it's still great. Because you see Cody's story going into this year's WrestleMania as the WWE champion. Not only does he have the mental stress of what the championship is doing to him, it's a weight holding him down. The championship is slowly changing Cody Rhodes. The championship is becoming a burden. He's got Drew McIntyre, he's got John Cena, he's got CM Punk, he's got Seth Rollins. Roman is definitely coming after the championship when he can. Cody's path is littered with challenges. But every decision Cody's made for himself, he's made every decision, and every decision's made his life a little bit more tumultuous, a little bit more chaotic. Cody's going to do the one thing tomorrow night that's not going to make his life chaotic, but it's going to be chaos in Cody's life anyway because he's dealing with the final boss. The one decision that Cody knows he has to make, the one decision that Cody is confident in making, the one decision that he thinks should not be that big of a burden will be the biggest burden of them all. Because it's something that the final boss wants. And whatever the circumstances are, whatever the end result is, no matter what Cody thinks, if he thinks he's making the right decision for him and his family, it's going to end up being the wrong decision. You say yes, it's wrong. You say no, it's wrong. But if you say no, it's going to be triple as wrong. Because then the final boss is not going to go into the sadistic, devilish, fucking evil, satanic Rock that we're seeing now. He's going to dip into that final boss that we saw last year, mix it with this satanic, fucking maniacal Rock that we're getting now. And Cody's road to WrestleMania is going to be like he's walking through the 7 circles of hell. I love it. I think they corrected their mistake from Friday. Rock is a little long-winded and needs to cut that shit back. I think The Rock just likes the TV time. I think The Rock just likes to hear himself speak. Got to cut that shit down. he could have said what he said tonight. You could have cut 3 minutes from the fucking promo. Just like he did last week. Could have cut 10 minutes from the fucking promo. But I like the meat and potatoes, the heart of this story. I love it. I think this is great stuff. Thank you guys for all of your support tonight. It is a great night, and this is going to be a great weekend of pro wrestling. A lot is going to come out of that chamber. Can't wait to share it with you guys. I'll be live tomorrow night for the Elimination Chamber. And yes, Hooligrim, we're finally getting a sense of direction tomorrow. I truly believe that big things are going to happen tomorrow. Big things are happening tonight. And tonight we're sponsored by my great friends over at ZBiotics. Make sure you guys click the link in the description. Make sure you guys click the link at the top of the live stream chat. Tonight, we are sponsored by my great friends over at ZBiotics. I'm going to hit you guys with a couple of harsh truths today, man. We're getting older. It's basically all I got to say. We're getting older. You and me, we're getting older. We can't go out and party like we used to. We can't go out and drink like we were 23 years old. It's not going to happen anymore. We as adults have responsibilities. Every time you go out and drink that one drink and you wake up the next morning and you say, man, I should have had that last drink, you end up regretting it. How do you feel the next morning? You feel like complete garbage. You don't feel your best. You don't go to work. Sometimes you call out of work. You don't go to the gym. Your gym schedule gets all messed up. Us content creators, that one video that everybody's waiting for doesn't get done. I got a surefire way for you guys to go out and have some fun and still get your work done and feel great the next morning. And it's all because of ZBiotics pre-alcohol probiotic drink. You drink responsibly, you keep hydrated, you pop one of these before any of that happens, and you're going to be good to go, man. Your nights are going to be great, and your next day is going to be even greater. ZBiotics pre-alcohol probiotic drink is the world's first genetically engineered probiotic. It was invented by PhD scientists to tackle rough mornings after drinking. And how it works, guys, is very simple. When you drink, alcohol gets converted into a toxic byproduct in the gut. It is this byproduct, not dehydration, that is to blame for your rough next day. Pre-alcohol produces an enzyme to break this byproduct down. So just remember to make ZBiotics your first drink of the night, and please drink responsibly, and you'll feel your very best tomorrow. So if you guys want to have yourself a couple of cold adult beverages and feel your very best tomorrow morning, make sure you choose ZBiotics. That's zbiotics.com. Use our unique link. I even pinned it at the top of the comment section down below and in the description of this very video. Make sure you use that to guide you where you guys need to be. 15% off your first order at checkout. And ZBiotics will even offer you a 100% money-back guarantee. If you're not satisfied for any reason, they'll refund you your money, no questions asked. Once again, that's zbiotics.com. Use our unique link down below. And I want to thank them for, once again, sponsoring the podcast right here on Off the Script. Oh, yeah, man. Make sure you guys go pick up yours today. ZBiotics.com. 15% off. Use that link down below in the description. And the link I pinned right down in the comment section. Michael Krause starts us off with a $2 super chat. Says JD and OTS SmackDown Chamber, are you ready? Yeah, I am ready. I've been ready. Matt Batten becomes a new member. Thank you, Matt. Tommy Brown again with 37 months. Looking forward to the Elimination Chamber tomorrow. JD, do you know what's going on with the Rumble Pool winter stuff? Yes, next week, brother. Next week. I had to order more hats. I didn't realize I had two different hats. I had only one and not the other, so I had to order more hats. So you guys are getting them next week. You and Jason Barker. Got your info. It's coming next week. I'm going to ship them out next week. Sidro with a $5 super chat. I accidentally glued myself to a copy of my autobiography. My wife doesn't believe me But that's my story, and I'm sticking to it. Says hashtag excited as fuck for EC. Yes. Absolutely. Thank you, Sidro. Nate with a $5 super chat. Haha, Trish wasn't wrong. 15-year-old me had a poster of her in a shirt holding water hose. And Tori also. Congrats to Angel. He had a new baby a few days ago. Shout out to Angel. I can't say that I had any posters of women in my room. I don't think my mother allowed that. I did have the old WWF magazines, though. Where they went, nobody knows. Sidro with a $2 super chat. What do you call an angry carrot? A steamed vegetable. Sidro also with a $5 super chat. Wife was furious at me for kicking dropped ice cubes under the refrigerator. But now it's just water under the fridge. And I'm addicted to seaweed. Sea kelp. You know, I always thought eating seaweed was very weird until I actually tried vegetable sushi. And now I love it. I don't eat fish. I just won't eat fish. Any type of fish. But vegetable, sweet potato sushi. That I could go for, bro. Hardy Punk Steel Cage 09 with a 1 month. SmackDown actually being relevant 24 hours before the PLE. Can't wait for everybody to realize we're on the road. Chaos to unfold. Love JD and OTS family. Thank you, Hardy. Sidro with the $2 super chat. KO in an empty arena. What's KO doing in an AEW arena? Yes. I saw that joke at least 3 times tonight. AEW wishes they could run the Rogers Center. Michelle Moran with a $2 super chat. Punk gets his main event night 1 of WrestleMania versus Seth and Roman. Could be. Pittsburgh boy 96 with a $9.99. Officially my birthday at midnight. Happy birthday, brother. What better way to start it out than with a cold beer and being here at the OTS venue. Also, I'd like to see Roman versus Jacob, OTS for life. Oh, it's coming. Roman versus Jacob is definitely happening. Andrew Cool. Solo just beat Cody with a rock weight belt in the ring. I'm assuming you're talking about the dark match. Tony Brown with the $4.99. JD Roxanne got an edible biscuit. Tony Brown, we're going to need you to calm it down, brother. I agree, though. I think Roxanne is gorgeous. Delwyn Jones with a $20 super chat. Evening, JD. I'm drinking a small glass of Camel Blueberry Vodka. Seriously, this SmackDown tonight was one of the best in ages. I hope this signals more to come next Friday and beyond. Proving Triple H knows what to do way more than Road Dogg. I'm not a vodka guy, Delwyn. Vodka gives me a headache all the time. No matter what I drink, if it's vodka, I get a headache. And hopefully this SmackDown is the way to go. It's one show. I'm not ready to celebrate yet. Baby Huey with a $4.99. Ezekiel Jackson is said to be returning to the ring. What are your thoughts? What promotion could he go to? Baby Huey, you know what? I don't even give a shit. Don't care. Was never a fan of Ezekiel Jackson to begin with. Alex from Phoenix with a $9.99. The only reason I don't see Punk selling out is because The Rock is the reason he hasn't main evented WrestleMania. And I selfishly don't want Punk to turn yet. Love this community as always. OTS for life. It's going to be interesting, man. It's going to be very interesting. Lauren with a $2 super chat. Cody isn't turning heel. Either Punk or Drew will. I can see Drew turning heel. Well, Drew is already heel. You mean selling his soul? Delwyn with a 20. I have a hunch. The Rock is going to crash the men's chamber, win it, then face Cody at 41. After Cody says no, and boom. Remember, Ariel did say he hears huge things at Chamber, and now Triple H posted saying industry-changing weekend. Hype. Ari Emanuel did say something big was going to happen. We don't know what that is yet, but we will see. He knows something. Tyson Cook with a new membership. Don't think that's true because he's got a gold microphone next to his name. So thank you for the recommitment, Tyson Cook. Matt with a 1 month. Love the channel. You're the best, JD. Thank you, Matt. Best in the world, Matt, with a $10 super. Another possible outcome, maybe. Have a feeling Randy Orton returns tomorrow and gets inserted into the chamber via The Rock. The Viper wins and sells his soul. That's why I brought it up earlier, brother. I do think that is a possibility. Viper wins, sells his soul, tells Cody KO was right all along. I could see it. Master Lock 8771 with a $6.99. JD, I went to SmackDown tonight and solo attacked Cody after the show. It honestly means nothing, guys. It's a dark match segment. It means nothing to TV. It's for the live audience and your eyes only. Michael Krause with a 2. Red Oven Mitt. LOL. That's exactly what he looked like. Kratos with a 52 months. My cousin had a health scare a few days ago. He's better now, but I want to say this. Thank you for all of you on your platform, JD. OTS forever. Thank you, Kratos. Appreciate that, brother. I'm glad that your cousin is back in good health. Or better health. We got a lot of good people here, man. A lot of good people here. It's been a bad month for a lot of people, man. Hopefully March is a lot better. Hardy Punk with a 5. Since January 6th, we stayed patient, and hopefully tomorrow we finally get some answers. And the OTS family road carried us here. Chamber kicks it into overdrive. Baby Huey with a $4.99. Bianca's not winning the chamber. It'll be a triple threat. Bianca, Naomi, Jade at WrestleMania. I can see Bianca winning Money in the Bank, though. I don't know. DJN with 26 months. How about Punk cashes in favor to be added to Rock versus Cody Night 2? Rock helps Punk pin Cody to become the Rock's corporate champion. Shocking ending. Sure. If it gets us to where I originally pitched it, I'm all right with it. Hardy Punk with a 5. Wild card. Men's chamber opens. Cody Rock segment last. Denies the Rock's offer. Rock calls for chamber winner and pulls a Batista chamber 2010 shock title change. Moretz, thank you for the 33 months, brother. Appreciate you. Baby Huey with 199. I think we're getting EO versus Oscar at WrestleMania. Yeah, Oscar's got some bizarre tweets going out there. Huh? What the fuck is she on, man? Jack Butler with a 499. Cheers, JD. It's my 23rd birthday today. Felt like coming into the venue and getting a drink. Jack, there is no better place for you to sit down, talk pro wrestling, and open up an ice cold beer. Ricardo Linnell with a $5 super chat. JD, they put Charlotte in a short interview segment so that she won't get booed out of the building. And they can keep her promo short. Lame. Hashtag protected. Probably right about that, Ricardo. Still, unnecessary point of the show. She didn't even really need to be there because she said nothing of importance. Hardy Punk with a 5. Appreciation post JD to all the impatient marks. Insomnia. My insomnia Swiss ass stays up after Raw SmackDown for the OTS review, so you can have some patience on the Mania road. Brother, I'm going to tell you to get to fucking sleep. It's fucking late over there, bro. What are you doing up? I don't know how you guys do it over there, man. Every time I travel, the one time I traveled to the United Kingdom, man, my internal clock was all fucked up. It is so weird for me to be in bed at like 11 o'clock UK time and thinking it's fucking 7 o'clock here in the States. What am I doing? Well, I don't belong in bed now. It's 7 o'clock, but it's really 11. Can't do it. It's very difficult for me, man. Robbie with a 499. Remember when The Rock said on the Raw after Mania last year, don't break my heart again. Now he says it again tonight. There are layers. I love it, man. Robbie, I love this shit. I love this shit, man. Hardy Punk with a 2 and a 2. Cody snapped at Royal Rumble after 300 days, like Punk told him. Remember Drew's first chamber. Through Wade, through Plexi. Punk did tell him. The burden is too much. If it is, I'll take it. Bronx made 87 with a 499. Cena, I'm not sleeping on turning heel. He's a big wild card chasing number 17. This is going to be interesting. I don't think Cena turns heel. I don't. Mog! $2 super chat, no message. Eli with a 499. What's up, JD? Do you think the PLE tomorrow will live up to the hype, or do you think it'll be just an overhyped and well disappointed like some have previously? I think we get a lot of answers tomorrow, Eli. And Scott C with a 499. Hello, JD. Today was my granddad's cremation. I wasn't close with him, but when they are gone, you want to change your life around and go back. OTS for life. I know how that feels, brother. I know how that feels, man. I went through a lot of emotions that I never went through previously when my Aunt Teresa passed away. I get it. I get it, man. I'm still thinking about that shit today. I know you will, but take it for what it's worth, man. Life is precious. Seeing shit like that is definitely an eye-opening experience. I'll tell you that right now. My thoughts and prayers and love with you, brother. Guys, I'm getting out of here. I appreciate everybody that's watched tonight. We were live on YouTube in front of 2,800 people. We were live on X. We were live on TikTok. And we were live on the Purple Snake. Twitch. Thank you guys very much. Tomorrow night, guys, you know the deal. Elimination Chamber. We will be live with the Chamber coverage tomorrow. There's no other place to be than right here. Like the song says, we are the best of the best of the best. Follow me on social media at JD from NY206, Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, and Cameo. Hit that subscribe button down below. Turn on the bell for notifications and go check out all the other content on the channel. Hit that thumbs up, leave a comment, and I'll see you guys right back here tomorrow for the Chamber on Off the Script.
is going to be a lot of fun. There's word coming through from Triple H. Triple H saying that this weekend is going to be an industry-changing weekend. An industry-changing weekend. And, honestly, I think this is going to be a very interesting weekend. I think that in many ways, this is going to be the start of WrestleMania. This is going to be the real road to WrestleMania. I think the best way that I could explain to someone that maybe hasn't watched wrestling for very long would be the way it feels this year is the road to WrestleMania began at the Royal Rumble, but it's like when you're setting out on a long journey, like you kind of leave home and you haven't really got stuck into the journey yet. You're technically like, you might be on your way on holiday or on a vacation. So you've left home and you can still go back if you need to. You still recognize a lot of places. Nothing really feels that special kind of as you're leaving home. But as you get more into the journey and you go to places you've not seen, or like you see things you've not seen, and you get closer to your destination, it becomes a bit more exciting. And I think that's the way I would explain it to anybody that has not watched wrestling for a long time. I would say the road to WrestleMania started at Rumble, but really what we've just had in February was largely throwaway. I mean, there was some moments, but nothing massive. Apart from The Rock on Friday. And so I think Chamber is where the road gets really interesting. This is where all of a sudden it's going to start feeling like we're on holiday. It's going to start feeling like we're on vacation. And we can really start to get a bit more excited. Technically, that starts really now. I mean, today we've got the Elimination Chamber kickoff show. We've then got SmackDown. SmackDown has had some changes made, which I've just been a little bit critical of, and I think justifiably so. We'll get into that. And then tomorrow we've got Elimination Chamber with Triple H saying that it's going to be an industry-changing weekend. Now, he always tends to hype these things up, right? So don't get too overexcited with that. But even so, it's our first PLE since the Rumble. It's our second PLE of 2025. And I am excited for it. I can't say I'm as excited as the Rumble special. But the whole Rock thing has definitely added to this whole situation. So, yeah, can't wait to see what it is that we're going to be getting this weekend, of course. Let's just jump into, because I do want to jump into the chat, but let's just jump into the little criticism that I had, because there has been a change for SmackDown tonight. So we was meant to be getting a United States Championship match. We was meant to be getting LA Knight taking on Shinsuke Nakamura. Now, not a bad match, but I think Shinsuke would have retained. But Shinsuke has lost a friend, and so I think that's the reason as to why he's not going to be around. It could be a travel issue. He could be not feeling very well, but just a bit coincidental that he tweeted out yesterday that a friend of his had passed away, and now he's not around, right? He did use the words older brother, but I think he meant that not as that was my older brother, but like he was a friend so close, he was like an older brother, right? So it's not just any friend. I think it's a really close friend. That's how I took the tweet that he sent, right? So Shinsuke's not around, so that's fine, okay? No one's going to begrudge Shinsuke just taking some time off if needed, okay? So no problems whatsoever. But what they've done now is they've changed it to a tournament. So now LA Knight, that was in a title match, is now in a tournament. So you've got Andrade versus Solo, Carmelo versus Braun, LA Knight versus Santos, and then they're all going to face off in a triple threat to find who the number one contender is going to be. I mean, the number one contender was LA Knight. He was going to have a match against Shinsuke this week. And so now we've changed it, and now we're going to do a whole... I mean, this is madness. Like, surely, if we're taking out a championship match, you just put another match in its place. Why have we got Andrade Solo, Carmelo Braun, LA Knight Santos, all in a tournament that's not needed? And what if LA Knight just ends up winning this thing? We're back to where we were at the start of this show anyway. So that means all of that becomes irrelevant. This, honestly, I mean, thank God we've got Cody Rhodes on this show. We got Tiffany and Trish on this show. I think Chelsea's going to be in action on this show. Like, there's other stuff here, but this is maybe I'm missing something. Perhaps someone is going to be like, no, you've missed this about it. But I don't get it. I don't understand. Why have we got Andrade Solo, Carmelo Braun, LA Knight Santos, each having a match? That's 3 matches. Winners then go into a triple threat. And that triple threat's going to be, so that's 4 matches tonight. 4 matches, all to do shit. When we already had found it. We found him. It was LA Knight. And all of that is, I find this so, do you know, I even put on my tweet, I was like, this is a glimpse. This is a glimpse into how rubbish the SmackDown creative team is right now. There's a problem, which is Shinsuke is not on the show, so we can't do the championship match, right? Now, we would all have ideas how to deal with that. We would all have ideas of like, oh, that's a problem. What should we do, right? So we'd all have ideas about it. This is what they've come up with. This is what the crack creative team, yeah, the absolute pinnacle of wrestling writing, this is what they've come up with. Shinsuke's out, so let's do an absolutely pointless tournament that's going to eat up loads of time, that might even be won by LA Knight. If LA Knight doesn't win it, then how massively screwed over has he been? He was facing Shinsuke anyway tonight. If he doesn't win this tournament, we've completely screwed over LA Knight, right? And if LA Knight does win it, we're right back to where we was at the start. We're right back to where we were. Since I don't know if I'm missing some. I don't know if I honestly checked to just make sure that LA Knight was in a title match, and he was. I've got an article telling me it was for the title, right? So I just don't get it. I don't understand. You've lost one match, just replace it with another match. This sort of feels to me like there was going to be some matches tonight. This is what I honestly think has happened. I think there was going to be some matches tonight that didn't really have much purpose. We were just doing some matches. And what this has allowed is it's now allowed us to actually give those matches some purpose. This is now going to allow us to go, oh, you know that match we was going to do between Andrade and Solo? All of a sudden now we can make it part of a tournament. And that Carmelo against Braun match, we can make that part of a tournament. As all of a sudden these matches, which didn't have anything going for them, all of a sudden we can make them important. And maybe that was the thinking. Perhaps that was kind of where they're coming from. But, oh my God, do better. Someone watch NXT. Someone from SmackDown watch NXT. Because that show, from start to finish, is so entertaining. It's so good. It's got such purpose. It's, got surprises, and it's like, really great in-ring action, and the stories that are being built in the background that then, do you know what I mean? Like, oh my God. I get that this is a go-home show. I do realize that, but Triple H has been doing pretty well with go-home shows because he's not been putting all the title matches on the PLEs anymore. You might have noticed that under Triple H, the PLEs have got a lot less matches. And that's because he tries to make SmackDown and Raw a little bit better. He tries to make SmackDown and Raw a little bit tastier. And, a United States Championship match here would have been an example of that. But now we find ourselves in a situation where one little setback has now resulted in us going down this road, which is a road that I find quite frustrating, to be honest with you, because I just don't think it's good enough. I don't understand how you go from LA Knight being the number one contender to now going into this flipping, doing this tournament instead. So That's my preview. Don't worry, I'm not going to make you sit through a preview of SmackDown. That is my preview of SmackDown, and it flipping is annoying. Wyatt 6 have tweeted out. We'll have to see what people are making of this tweet. Oh, hello. HR 1987, WHSSTSY D2SA20. The time draws near. So, to be honest, there's not anything that really jumps to my mind by looking at that, apart from it's a code that needs to be cracked. I would probably be thinking, do the numbers represent letters in the alphabet? We've seen that before. But 1987 is interesting because that makes me think, obviously, of the year. So are we dealing with a year there? HR. It's a tricky one, that one. Let's see what people are saying. Bray's birth year 1987, says Caleb. A year definitely makes me think that. If that is his birth year, HR, would those be initials? HR 1987? D2SA20 WHSSTSY. To be honest, I would probably be putting some of these into Google, seeing what kind of stuff comes back. I would be looking for that HR, because I agree that feels like a year, but could be misleading. A20 D2 S, could that be broken down into a few parts? A20 D2, maybe SA20, D2 and SA20. Yeah, I'd be looking to like break these down. I feel like that's going to stand for something. I feel like that is probably going to be like Wyndham, Huskus. Do you know what I mean? Like it's Sister Abigail. Like I feel like it might be the first letter or the last letter. Like the Y could be the Y for Uncle Howdy. S could be the S for Alexa Bliss. Dexter Loomis. But you haven't got an N for Rowan, have you? But I'd be thinking that's probably something along those lines. That I feel like the year is important. That's the one that I think I'm struggling with. But I would want to have a look at Alexa now, because if Wyatt 6 are tweeting out, I've got to think it's Alexa related. Because they're saying the time draws near. And so I've got to think it's Alexa related. So I'd probably be looking at Alexa. What year was Alexa born? Does any of this connect to Alexa? Interesting. That's a good one. It's been a while since we had a good Wyatt 6 tweet. That just dropped in 10 minutes ago. I'm just going to put it in a tweet. Felt like 1987. Where's the magnifying glass? That's what I need. No, there it is. Good one. Yeah. People might have cracked it already. Let me just put that into the Wyatt's folder. Oh. Yeah, let's put this into a Wyatt's folder, and then we'll jump into the chat. I don't think the kickoff show starts just yet. I think we've got like an hour or so, so we're doing all right for time. I've had my rant about SmackDown. Obviously, SmackDown's not a big deal. It's all about Elimination Chamber tomorrow, but I think the important thing, or the thing that jumps out to me, is the fact that that's just a glimpse into here's a problem, here's how we're going to deal with it. And I just feel like there's better. I just feel like there was a better way of dealing with it, to be honest. Okay, do you see this match happening? Intercontinental ladder match, says Connor. Yeah, I think there has been a lot of talk about doing a multi-person match at WrestleMania. And I think that it is definitely on the cards. There's been discussions about it. HR 1987 to establish the Oversight Commission on presidential capacity and other purposes. I don't think it would be that, would it? I don't think it would be that. This is what people are putting into Google now. Jazzy said, this is what I found. So a movie for D2S-A2O, demon to some, angels to others. That could be a description of of Alexa. Could that be demon to some, angel to others? It's interesting. Yeah, I think there's a little bit of work to be done there. Okay, lovely. Yeah, people saying 87 was the year that Bray was born. I wonder what the HR means, though. I don't. That doesn't strike me as something Bray related. It's HR. Makes me think of the Queen. Okay, let's go into the chat and see where we are. Chris, shout out to you. Said Wyatt 6 just dropped a tweet. Chris, appreciate it, buds. Dave Walker says, Nana, LA Knight, yeah. Well, I mean, look, I'm not a massive LA Knight fan. I don't hate him. I have no issue with him. But I've never been, like, on that hype train. And so for me to be annoyed about the fact that LA Knight might be getting screwed, I mean, I've got no idea how the LA Knight fans are feeling. I mean, I'd imagine they're in flipping meltdown. And so they should be. Because I know that wrestling isn't a sport, but could you imagine in boxing if, like, Anthony Joshua was the number one contender to Usyk. Usyk got injured, and then all of a sudden Anthony Joshua is now put into a tournament. You'd be like, hang on, a second ago he was meant to be fighting for the title, and now he's in like some sort of tournament. Like, it's just weird. It's strange. But LA Knight might end up winning, but then my counterpoint would be, oh, well, we're just back to square one, aren't we? You know, do we really need to see LA Knight winning a little tournament to become the number one contender when he was number one contender anyway? Like, I don't know. I just know. So, Dave, shout out to you. I'm guessing you're an LA Knight fan. I'm guessing you are. I think he's got to be favourite. You know, he's got to be favourite to win this little thing and go on and then probably face Shinsuke next week. And then he'll go on to face Shinsuke for the title next week. But yeah, I suppose it is whatever. You know, there's we're just on the verge of Elimination Chamber. Let's focus on that bit. Let's focus on The Rock. Let's focus on Cody. Let's see what Cody's got to say tonight as well. Phantom67 said, I'm looking forward to Sammy and Kevin. I want brutality. Yeah, I think it'll be a really good match. And I think that we are looking at some outside interference. Word on the street is that Randy Orton should be back early March. Of course, I believe tomorrow is the 1st of March. And so in my mind, I don't see a reason as to why he can't make his presence felt tomorrow. And if he does, then he's going to be going after Kevin, surely. And word on the street is Kevin against Randy at WrestleMania. And so I could see a world in which Sami Zayn gets the win thanks to Randy. Equally, I can see a world where Kevin gets the win thanks to Karrion. I don't know that I could see either beating the other clean, because I think they both need the win, really. I mean, Sami is someone that has done everything apart from win a world title. You know, all right, he's never won the Rumble or Money in the Bank, but I'm not talking about those things. I mean, he's someone that's won Intercontinental Championships, mid-card titles, won tag titles. Like, the only other title for him to get is a world title. And I sort of feel like he's been in the bloodline. We've had him around Cody. He's obviously been around Kevin. I mean, he is someone that's ever present. He is someone that is maybe not a top star, but he is a very recognizable superstar. Like, he is someone that I think is always in with a shout of winning a Money in the Bank, always in with a shout of getting a title match at some point, in the year. And I don't know that a loss here is going to really help him, to be honest. Losing clean to Kevin Owens, he can bounce back from it, but I don't think he needs that right now. And equally, Kevin's just coming off a load of losses to Cody Rhodes, so I don't think he needs losses right now. I'm with you. I think when it comes to Sami against Kevin, let's have brutality. Let's have it absolutely brutal, and let's have it brutal, and let's have some outside interference. That way, both guys stay looking strong, and we'll just go down those roads. I don't mind, to be honest with you, who wins. It really doesn't bother me if it's going to be Kevin that gets the win, because he's just had some bad losses to Cody. So it wouldn't bother me if Kevin got the win, and it wouldn't bother me if Sami got the win. But I think it should happen due to outside interference. But I agree, yeah, it should be a good match. Kind of getting a little bit lost with the chamber stuff and the it's getting a bit lost with the chamber stuff and the Rock Cody stuff. Connor said, do you see any of these stars becoming new Judgment Day members? I think Tyler Bate, Pete Dunne could be. I think they would be good shouts, actually. I think Tyler's on his way back. I thought his tag team with Pete was a bit flat. I think Tyler's character is flat. I think Tyler Bate with a bit more of an edge, putting him into Judgment Day, because him coming out being Dr. Vegan just ain't going to do it, ain't going to cut it. It ain't edgy enough. It's not interesting enough. Like, for me, it's just bland. It's wishy-washy. It's hippie. It just ain't doing it. So I think he needs a massive reinvention. When he first, I've said this before, I've repeated it before, but there's always new people watching. The part of the world that Tyler Bate is from is the same part of the world that I am from, and it is known as the Black Country, right? And the reason for that is because that is where a lot of the Industrial Revolution happens, going back like 120 odd years, right? 150 odd years. So there's a lot of factories, there's a lot of abandoned warehouses, there was a lot of manufacturing, and there was a lot of smog and smoke that was billowing out into the air, right? And so I think people used to get it on their faces, and it was like just thick in the air, and it was like known, it was not great. Back then we weren't worried about climate change, and back then we weren't really worried about like air pollution. We're talking the 1800s, when really it was just manufacturing overload. And this is the part of the world where Tyler comes from. And so this is why on his gear, you'll see like the chain, because a lot of like chain was made around here. It's industrial, it's manufacturing, it's metal works, it's glass works, it's foundries, it's all that sort of stuff. And not anymore. I mean, it's all gone now, of course. because the world's moved on. But that's kind of what the area is known for. And for me, like when he came through, he had a bit of a throwback look as well. He had that moustache, and he didn't wear knee pads. He had just blue trunks on, and he was the big, strong boy. And, I think he was like 17, 18, but he was quite muscular. And he did look like he could fit in with the Vaudevillains, right? He had that kind of vibe to him. He felt like the kind of person that would have been around in the 1800s doing the Industrial Revolution, yeah? He kind of had that feeling to him, right? As I said, he wouldn't have looked out of place in the Vaudevillains. He's abandoned all of that now, grown out his hair, lost his moustache, changed his ring gear, comes out in like a white sort of robe type thing. And to me, he is just very wishy-washy now. To me, he just does not have the same impact that he carried before. He's lost his edge. He's lost, kind of what made him cool in my mind. And so I think putting him in with Judgment Day would be a very good solution to that, because all of a sudden he'd be in with a group that is going to make him edgy. He's going to be in with a group that's going to give him regular TV time. Tyler Bate is still a young man, actually. He's still a young man. I think he's still only, 24, 25, something like that. I mean, he could still have a 20-year career. Naturally big, naturally strong. Not Brock Lesnar size, but, he's got a good build to him. And so I actually think putting him in Judgment Day would be a really good move. So that's the person that I would look for to go for, because apparently he is ready to return. I just think that the current gimmick he's got feels a bit like a death sentence to me. I really struggle to see it getting over. So I like him. I like him a lot. Never has a WWE wrestler ever competed that has come closer from where I was born and raised, right? In the history of WWE. Like, no one has ever, competed for WWE. I mean, he was about 2-3 miles away from where I was born and raised. Probably a bit more. Probably about 4 or 5, something like that. But really not far. And that is just pretty special to me, to think that someone that close to my home has made it to the main roster of WWE. He is legit someone that I really hope makes it to the very top. I'm right behind him. I really want him to succeed, but that's why I'm, maybe a little critical of kind of his current gimmick. I don't think it's good enough. I don't think it's going to work. I could be proven wrong. Could be the greatest thing we've ever seen, but I don't get that vibe. So, yeah, I would definitely look to put him in Judgment Day. I think that'd be a really good move for him. Arsenal fan 63, shout out to you, Buds. Said, hey, fantasy dreams of Chelsea Green against Nikki Bella. Would be really fun. Yeah, would be really fun to do that match. I think she has said that's a match that she is interested in as well. So I'm definitely down for seeing that. Yeah, I like it. I think that she's working towards actually coming in and doing a few matches. So I would be totally down for seeing her against Chelsea. And there was another one that I'm trying to remember. I think it might have been Bailey that she said, Chelsea and Bailey. But I can't quite remember. There was 2 she mentioned. One was Chelsea. I think the other was Bailey. But, yeah, I think there's some great matches for Nikki. I think there's some great matches. Kian, shout out to you, my friends. Appreciate the support. Judgment Day is a death sentence at this point, said Nita Nitro. I have to slightly disagree, because I think there's a bigger death sentence, and that is not getting on TV at all. And Tyler Bate, I think, is just going to really struggle to get some regular TV time. They may move him to SmackDown, where there might be a bit more of an opportunity, but we know post-WrestleMania, SmackDown is going to go back to 2 hours. I think, is it May? It goes back down to 2 hours. It's not going to stay 3 hours forever. It's just they've increased it for WrestleMania season. And honestly, I think he might struggle for TV time. Last time we saw him, he was in a bit of a tag team with Pete Dunne, but they weren't really making great waves. You could make an argument, though, that Pete Dunne's struggling on his own as well. So you could make an argument that, like, Pete Dunne might actually need Tyler Bate to come back to kind of really help him. I don't think they've really... I mean, they screwed Pete Dunne over with the whole Butch thing. Of course they did. And so now we've had to undo that, and that's took a bit of time. I mean, it's just been awful. It's just been awful. So much about what WWE do, you have to just sort of... You just have to sort of go with it. I think they're very good at the top end of the cards. But if you look at that mid-cards, the example would be the flipping tournament they've just chucked together here, you know, and how a lot of frustration there is around the women's division, because the top end, like Rhea and Bianca, they're looked after. But, you know, what about your Meechins? What about your Zelinas? What about your Ivy Niles? What about your Zoe Starks? You know, like that kind of mid-cards is just left, really. A lot of them can struggle to get TV time. And then I don't even know if there is a tag division on Raw. I'm not even sure if there is one. I know we've got tag champs in War Raiders, but we never see them. And like there might have been some little backstage moments. We might have done a few little bits recently, but there ain't much of a tag division to speak of. So they've definitely got problems that they need to fix. I don't know what the hell's going on with Raw and SmackDown. It really has not been a great year for those shows so far. But I've got to think Tyler Bate has got to get onto TV. He's got to get onto TV regular. He's got to move away from this hippie vegan thing. If Judgment Day is going to be the solution for that, I'd put him in there. Curtis said, good evening. This whole US title tournament just shows how poor SmackDown has been this year, says Curtis. I agree. I keep wondering if there's something that I'm missing. I seriously keep wondering if there's some piece of information that I've not had or not seen, or something that's going to explain this, because it does not make sense to me as to why you would have a title match, LA Knight, Shinsuke, you remove that and you replace it with a whole tournament, 4 matches. You take one match out and you put 4 matches in. I mean, it does make me question, well, what did you have planned anyway? If we was going to do LA Knight versus Shinsuke, which was what we were going to do, what was you going to do for the rest of the show? If all of us, because that title match weren't going to be an hour long, was it? It's not like it was going to be an hour-long United States Championship match. Like, how have you took out 1 match and you're now putting in 4? Because we've got to do the 3 matches and then the triple threat at the end of the show. Like, what? What? Do you know what? I actually could probably accept it a bit more if LA Knight wasn't in it. If LA Knight wasn't in it and he was going to get his title shot next week and we were trying to figure out who would be next, I could probably accept it better. I'd probably be like, okay, that's what they're doing. It's a bit mid, but whatever. I mean, I don't know why you can't just do a flipping 6-pack challenge, to be honest. Just put all 6 people in the ring at the same time. Big bonkers match. Loads of spots, loads of moving parts. People would have a lot of fun with it. It doesn't need to take up all this show. But LA Knight, the fact that he's in this tournament just honestly leaves me a bit baffled. But I'm going to shut up because, you know, I don't want to complain and sit here and moan and everything, but I really am left scratching my head sometimes with what they're doing with Raw and SmackDown at the moment. Edward said, how are you? To be honest, if Cena doesn't win the Chamber, it's got to be a last-minute thing, and it'd be the wrong choice to have him lose. I'm not going to lie. He needs to main event Mania, says Edwards. Well, we're going to have to wait and see. John Cena is the favourite going into the Chamber. So we're going to have to wait and see as to whether it all does shake out that way. We don't even know if the Rock and Cody moment is going to have an effect on the Chambers. We don't actually know if that's going to have any influence. There's a few people thinking that if we do that segment before the men's chamber, Rock might punish Cody by chucking him into the chamber and telling him you've got to defend tonight. that's coming from the TKO board, something like that, like throwing his power around. I mean, really, anything can happen. Triple H said it's going to be an industry-changing weekend, and of course he would. So yeah, we're gonna have to just wait and see how it all shakes out. One thing I don't have much doubt about is that John Cena is going to be involved in something big at WrestleMania, because it's going to be his last WrestleMania. So I don't have much doubt that it's going to be something significant, something seismic. It's going to be something worthy of, you know, his last WrestleMania match. So that's why I'm not too concerned, to be honest. I'm really not too concerned. I think let's just see what they've got planned. The only concerning thing would be if The Rockers come in and disrupted so much stuff that it just leaves Cena out in the cold a little bit. But I don't think The Rock would do that, knowing that this is Cena's last WrestleMania and knowing how important Cena is to the company, to the fans. There's no beef between Rock and Cena that I'm aware of. Obviously, they had a bit of beef back in the day, but that long got squashed. And I think they're actually really good friends now. I think, like, you know, they're in a good spot. So I don't think there's any vendetta or anything like that. Triple H, I think, absolutely understands this year is about Cena. I would think The Rock would as well. I think it'll be fine, honestly. I can't sit here and say he's definitely going to win the Chamber, but I think it would be fine. Matt Pete said, Dave, you're going to hate it when it ends up Cena versus Logan. Well, if that is the last match, yes, I would hate it. I don't think that is the right match to have as Cena's last WrestleMania match. So, yes, you are correct. If it did go that way, I would hate it. Patrick says, hello. I hope everyone's doing well. Nitro said he would absolutely do that. He's an egomaniac. Michael said, Days, hey, buds, I got a question. Why do we think the new member of the Judgment Day will end up being... Oh, we just spoke about that, buds. I said personally I would put Tyler in there. I think it is someone that really needs a new direction, and I don't think his current gimmick is it. So I think it should be someone that kind of need... A lot of people are always like, oh, let's go to NXT, let's get someone from NXT. But to be honest with you, there's so many people that are struggling that are already on the main roster. I feel like we need to try and help them first. So I would go through a list, really, of who's on your main roster that's struggling to get on TV, or who's on your main roster that needs a bit of a change of creative. And there's plenty of people that, you know, fall into those brackets. But, yeah, we were just talking about Tyler Bate. Muggsy said, who do we think will get the spot of the night in the chamber match? Oh, Logan, of course. We've got to make sure Logan gets his moments, haven't we? Got to make sure. That match will definitely have a moment in there for Logan, because it's the only reason that we've got him in WWE, is because he's got this audience. And, I mean, think about the Rumble this year. He had his moment where he, you know, avoids elimination by jumping on the commentary table. I mean, that was meant to be impressive. I couldn't have given two flips about it. I thought it was a bit rubbish, considering some of the amazing things we've seen from Casey Catanzaro, now known as Katana Chance. In my mind, it's Casey Catanzaro for life. But she was doing amazing stuff, like actually walking on her hands, bending over, wrapping her legs around the ring post, using her core strength to then sit up, grab the post and get back into the ring. Or all of those amazing moments Kofi gave us where he was trying to avoid being eliminated. Logan jumping onto the commentary table was pretty mid, to be honest. But that was his moment in the Rumble. The more impressive one was the one of him and Ricochet, both staring at each other and then both springboarding and smashing into each other. That obviously moment was pretty viral. And then, of course, you know, in his matches, he's done his frog splash whilst he's recorded it at the same time. He's frog splashed onto KSI, who was dressed as a Prime bottle. You know, he's done a frog splash that destroyed the table, and he was live streaming it as he was doing it, jumping with his camera. Like, He's always got to have his moments. If you was to tell me that Logan's going to jump off the top of the pods, in fact, you'd probably get really good odds on that right now. That would be worth a little bet. If you could get plus money on that, I'd definitely do it. I think that might be the real bet. At some point, will Logan jump off the top of one of the pods? I don't know what the odds are on that, but I'd be quite happy to put 10, 20 pound down on that easy, no problem. Because you might even do the Kalisto spot where he climbs to the middle of the chamber and then like swings. And then as soon as he kind of gets to that bit, lets go so that he can like splash down. That's what Kalisto did. He might even do something like that. I don't know. Or we might have the pod break in. We've seen that before. For me, it's going to be Logan. You've always got to get a Logan spot in there so that it can go, you know, on his social media and, you know, be seen. Brony, shout out to you, bud. Hope you're well. Hannah, hello, says salutations. If you was to sell your soul to Dave Meltzer and join the world of wrestling reporting, would your new name be Daze Meltzer? Shout out to you. Yes, it would. It would. I can confirm that. Curtis said, Dave, do you think it is a mystery opponent? Who do you think is the mystery opponent? Well, I would love for it to be Nikki Bella. We know that she's been training. There's been footage of her with Natalia, so that would be the dream scenario. But I'm not ruling it out being like the way that Nick Aldis spoke last week. He was very like excited. And I suppose Nikki Bella would definitely fit that. And she has said that she wants the match with Chelsea Green. And she is expected to work a program in 2025. Whether it would be now and all of that, I don't know. But I don't know, the way that he was, it kind of felt like there was some sort of, you know, Zarya or some sort of beast. Not that she's a beast, but she's big, she's strong, yeah. Some sort of problem, you know, like a Nia Jax. I don't think it'll be Nia Jax, but I don't know. Yeah, I got the impression it was going to be like, you know, he might be cheeky. Imagine if he gives Piper Niven the opportunity, the Secret Harvest, and actually makes them fight each other. I mean, again, I don't think that will happen. But the way he was acting, it was. I can't wait for next week. I can't wait to see you get yours. You're going to get what's coming to you next week. That was the way that Nick Aldis kind of came across to me. So I am expecting either a really big name like Big Time Bex, or which I don't think it will be, or Nikki Bella, which I think there's a chance, or someone that's got a bit of size to them, someone that's going to be a problem, you know. K-pop lover said Paige returns tonight. I don't know. Is she under contract still? Plus, I don't know if she's still with AEW or not, to be honest. That'd be an interesting one if they would bring her back. I don't know. Her run in AEW was flat, really flat. She seems to have really lost her way when it comes to like having that kind of X factor. I think, to be honest with you, when it comes to Paige, the world has moved on in the sense of when Paige was around, it was the Divas era. And so you had all these pretty girls that were doing total divas. And then here was the anti-diva. Here was Paige, who had like, you know, that kind of goth vibe and really stood out as a result. And that made her special. That gave her edge. That made her stand out. It made you want to root for her. This girl from England that had a bit of a goth thing going. She was always in black. And she has been kind of overtaken now. We've got Rhea Ripley, for example, who is that, but to a greater extreme, you know? And I think that we're not in that Divas era anymore. So, you know, we've got Tatum Paxley down in NXT. We had Shotzi, who's doing like the whole punk stuff, coming out in a tank. Like, all of a sudden now you put Paige out there. I don't think she stands out anymore. She's a pioneer. She's definitely someone that's played a part in the women's revolution. I mean, she's the first ever NXT women's champion, and what the NXT women's division has done for women's wrestling is, incredible. The talent that came through, Becky, Charlotte, Sasha, and they were all after Paige. Paige was the first women's champion. But unfortunately, she got to the main roster, got into that feud with AJ Lee, and, it just sort of ran out of steam, really. It was such a shame. So, look, if she was to come back, it would be great. It would be great because, she's definitely played her part in the history of women's wrestling. But I think it would be a challenge as well, to be honest. I think it would be a challenge because I think what made her unique and special, I think would be challenging to present as unique and special in 2025. Adam, shout out to you, buds. Wrestle Andy said there was more figure reveals today. Yeah, I saw some of them. I didn't get a chance to really look at all of them. There's been loads of news today. I could seriously do Unseen Now. I could probably get away with doing Unseen Now. Was there, what I'm going to ask, was there any WWE superstars? That's what I'm interested in. Oh, there was. Diesel. Oh, I love the Iron Sheik. Oh, my God. I love this series. I think this is so fun. Iron Sheik, Zeus. Diesel is good. I'm pleased Diesel's going in. Zeus, I could take or leave. He wasn't really around. Do you know, they're still in this line, this Walmart exclusive line, they still don't have Stone Cold Steve Austin. They've still not met. Muta's brilliant. Sheik, yes. I'm so pleased Sheik's going in. Diesel, Zeus, I'm pleased with all four of those. But why have we not had Stone Colds? Why have we not had Stone Colds? Let's have a quick little look, see what we're dealing with. We've got Series 118. So we've got Gorillas of Destiny looking. Tonga Loa looks great. Tama Tonga looks a little moody and thin. Jacob looks a little thin. Looks a bit thin there. Solo looks okay. Looks a little thin. I don't know. Tonga Loa easily looks the best one out of those for me. He looks great. Jacob will be the one that people will really want, but I'm surprised they've made him that thin. Who's this perv at the end? Who's this flasher? Who's this boomer that looks like he's about to show off his dinkle? What the hell's going on there? Guys, if you buy these 5, then you get Pervert Pete as well at the ends. That's great, isn't it? Pervert Pete. Pervert Pete. Pervert Pete. I'm a big fan of Pervert Pete. Nia Jax looks not bad. It's okay. I don't know. Tonga Loa is Pervert Pete and Tonga Loa are the best in that line. These are the Knuckle Crunchers. We've got I really like these. I really like these because I think you can build quite a good collection of superstars. I think the faces look good. Bodies and everything, fine. Come with some fun accessories, whatever. But look at that Drew McIntyre face. It looks really good. It looks really, really good. Normally, these small figures, they look awful. They just look a bit off. I think that looks really good. Comes with the sword. Comes with a WWE Championship. Could you? They're probably going to be about that big. So could you imagine if they started to make loads of all the legends and everyone? It's not going to take up as much room to collect them. And I just don't know how long the line... No, that's good. Shame they haven't got, cloth goods with them. John Cena looks fine. I honestly... If that was a series that had been... look, that's Series 6. If that was already up to, Series, 20, 25, and there was a good range of superstars, I could be tempted to get into those just because I think they would be super easy to display. And I think that face-wise, that Drew looks really, really good. So I'm quite down with those. Ultimate editions look great. Ultimate editions normally do. Really excited about these WWE Superstar figures. What's this? Basics Final Boss. Who's that, Boomer? Who is that with the Slimer top on? Chelsea. Looks like Carmella. Is that meant to be Chelsea? Okay. I don't really get Chelsea vibes from the face, but it's not a very high-res picture, so. What else we got here? New Day, pretty fun. I don't hate that. That's great. Roman looks a bit off. Roman doesn't look quite right in the face. Not keen on that Roman, but the Razor looks pretty good. Okay. Well, I'm just really pleased that we've got some WWE Superstars figures, to be honest, because I flipping love that Walmart line. I really do. News. So, yeah, Wrestlandy, shout out to you, buds. I did see that there was new figures, but I did not see what they were, and I did not see... Oh, there's a few others as well. There are a few others. Right, it wouldn't be Katana Champs, would it? No, apparently Chelsea Green, which, you know, I'll let you decide. Oh, yeah, I'll let you decide if that is... we've got the package images as well. So it will... Is that... Does it not come with, like, a jacket or anything? That would be a shame if not. I suppose he's got the shorts. I suppose the shorts are fabric, aren't they? They could have been painted on, but they're not. That's what's so great about this line, is that it comes with soft goods, right? So, like, it comes with fabric shorts or a fabric jacket. This comes with a headdress, and the shorts are fabric. That chic looks great, honestly. Looks really good. It looks like that's plastic, actually, which is a bit of a shame. So the shorts are the fabric item, but the headdress is going to be plastic. It is what it is. Oh, Diesel comes with a Diesel Power shirt. That wasn't in the other picture. That's great. Do you know, that was a shirt that he wore at the time. And, you know, that's great. I really like the fact that he's got that shirt on. It does sort of hide his grey ring gear that he wore when he wrestled. That's kind of underneath. I've got a fair few of these. I don't ever take them out of the box. But, yeah, that is cool. I do like that. It does look like a good figure, actually. Zeus, yeah, big entrance gear there. No cloth item, but just big entrance gear. And there was another one. We've already seen the Great Muta ones. They were shown off the other day. That's the Knuckle Cruncher ones. Wow, lots of images. Yeah, I don't want to spend too long on this because I know not everyone's into this stuff, but I am, and that's the most important thing. Oh, let's go. Let's go. Is that John Cone? Ah, prototype Cena. Look at that. Okay, I'm getting distracted. You've missed some tube chats. Adam, thank you, buds. I'll catch up with them now. Right, Kian said, Days, I've pre-ordered my copy of 2K25. I can't wait. Well, not long, is it, actually? Isn't it like a week away or something now that we're getting close to it? So, yeah, not long. And we will we'll be there, you know. I saw that they did a big kind of creator fest thing with all the video game creators. So, you know, it's really ramping up now, isn't it? Patrick says, hello. I hope everyone's doing well. Dork Knight said, hope life's treating you well. Shout out to you, buds. Adam said, what's the prediction for the men's chamber? I think it's a tricky one, but honestly, because there is a spoiler doing the rounds. I don't want to say the spoiler. I can tell you Cena's the favourite, right? And I didn't get a chance to do predictions. I only tend to get very small windows during the week where I can actually do stuff. And so there was like lots of things that I needed to do this week. Obviously, we've added a faction. I've had to change this part of the stream to accommodate it. I needed to make the graphic. I needed to sort the questions out. Actually, the champions side of stuff, this stuff here, has actually been taking me quite a bit of time. Had I have not done any of that, maybe we would have done predictions. But I am really enjoying like the members side of stuff and this champion side of stuff. I think it's really good. I think it's got room for growth. I think that people seem to be quite engaged with it. We get a good amount of people joining us for that side of the channel and everything. But it did take up a lot of work, and it did mean that I didn't get a chance to do a predictions video. Had I have done one, I would have gone with John Cena because, you know, Cody against John Cena has been rumoured since the moment The Rock kind of made it clear he won't be competing. And obviously that's a little more up in the air after what went down last week. But, yeah, I think John Cena winning, going on to face Cody, that is what people are, I think, probably thinking is most likely. So I am going to go with John Cena. But as we said, there are spoilers out there. And I can't say anything, can I? So that's all we can do with that conversation. Mike Kennedy said, I got my first figure today. It was an Ultimate Bray Wyatt. Oh, you're on the slippery slope now, buds. You're on the slippery slope. It's all downhill from here now. It's really fun and actually becomes quite addictive. It's a hard thing to explain because for those that just aren't interested, might just not get it. But like when you get a figure and like you put it on a shelf and you really love it because it might be your favorite, right? It looks a bit lost, a bit lonely. Like you sort of like, oh, I really feel like I need a couple more to like go with it. And you might end up kind of finding a space and be like, if I fill that space, it's going to look really good. And so you might do that. I've seen some amazing collections of like where people only collect Bray or only collect Undertaker, and they filled like a shelf or a cabinet and they've decorated it and it looks so good. And I think that's a really great way of collecting, like having a bit of a space, theme in it. Like, I think that's great. I've seen other collections where people have just bought every figure they can get their hands on, and it's just, you know, in a way, carnage like I've got. It just got out of control. So, but I've seen some really good themed collections, and I think they look so good. I think they look so good. But it is a slippery slope. Once you get one, you do want to get that next one. You do want to kind of add to it. And then, like, you know, you find yourself going, well, I've got to have a Macho Man, or I've got to have a Rowdy Roddy Piper, or I've got to have an Ultimate Warrior, or who's not going to have a Stone Cold, or I've got to get a John Cena, and do you know what I mean? And then, like, you start looking at them, you look into them more, you start finding ones that really grab your attention. They do a lot from certain events. So, you know, it might be a show that meant a lot to you because you was there. And so you start getting those as well. And once it's got you, it's got you. It's so hard to explain. But I love them. I mean, I love figures. I think they're absolutely one of my favorite parts of like being a WWE fan. And I will always have respect for the figure game. And I still collect. I mean, I still collect the WWE Superstar stuff now, the Walmart ones, because I love that era. I love the packaging. I love, like, the faces look really good. Likenesses look really good. And I love the soft goods, like the fabric shirts. Some of them come with belts. Bit disappointing, actually, that the ones we just saw don't have any belts. I always like to see new belts coming into that line. But, yeah, I would love for that line to be like a success and for it to keep going. 'Cause I think it's great. I think it's great. And they keep putting in those kind of legendary characters, you know, Diesel, Iron Sheik, and I'm hoping that, like, Demolition will come into it at some point, and we still need a Stone Cold. They better put Stone Cold into that line. I think they should put John Cena into that line, but, you know, that's by the by. No one's here for that conversation. So, yeah, Mike, shout out to you, but it's a slip. I just ordered CM Punk. Oh, God, Mike, see, I knew it. I knew it was a slippery slope. I knew it. Honestly, just try and stay away from ordering anymore if you can. Just try and stay away, because it really is a slippery slope once you start going down. Pace yourself. Otherwise you'll be coming back with arms full of figures. You'll find yourself like not being able to sleep and waking up and just traveling to the local Walmart just to see if there's anything new in. Grabbing the staff like, what do you mean you've got no more boxes back there? Check again. Like that. I mean, you know, not that that's what happened to me, but I wish you all the best. Ghostblade, shout out to you, said, with the news of Aleister Black returning, do we think that it'll be after WrestleMania? He could maybe target Seth Rollins with story of Seth injuring Aleister's eye during COVID. I think it would be a fun feud, said Ghostblades. Ghostblade, shout out to you, my friends. Do I think he'll go after him? I think that's a perfectly good person to go after. I mean, it'd be hard to know if we brought him back as heel or if he'd be brought back as face. I think it would be hard to know. I mean, to be honest with you, his time in WWE was quite a while ago now. I don't know that I would necessarily come back and pick up feuds from all the way back then. I think for me, I'd be looking to start afresh in a way and kind of move forwards with where we are now rather than digging into something that happened like 4 or 5 years ago. I mean, you can. There's no problem if they do that. But I like the Seth feuds, and you can certainly reference the past. But I think I would be more focused on the here and now. There's been so much change. In many ways, it feels a bit like a different company to the one from 4 or 5 years ago. With Vince gone, Triple H taking over, TKO now being owners. I mean, it is. We're on Netflix, on Raw, and it's just a lot of stuff is different now. So, yeah, I don't mind referencing the past. I wouldn't really build a big thing around it. I think Seth's a perfectly good feud, but then so would Sammy, so would Kevin Owens, so would AJ Styles, you know, so would the Judgment Day. I mean, does Malachi come in on his own? Does he partner up with someone? Does he lead a faction? The great thing about him is that there's so much that you can do with him. So many different directions that you can go. It's very exciting. So, yeah, great news. I saw that dropped earlier. Great news. Right, we should be going over to this kickoff show in about half an hour. So we are just 20-odd minutes away from this kickoff show starting. Poppy is going to be providing the official theme of the Elimination Chamber. New Way Out is the name of the track. Mike said, I'm safe. We've only got a Smiths in Barnsley. Are you in Barnsley, are you, bud? Yes. That's, you know, you'll get to know the staff, buds. You'll get to know the planograms. You'll get to know the layout. You'll know what time the deliveries arrive. You watch. You just give it a week or so. Give it a week or so. You'll actually have a job there. You'll be working there. But these kickoff shows suck. Let's be honest, says James. I mean, that is true, actually. Matt says, not from experience, I've never had waffles unless Days is force feeding me, says Matter. I would love to force feed you waffles. We need to make that happen. If we could do that and film it, I think the community would really love that footage. Matt, hit me up in the DMs. We'll get that arranged. Me just shoving waffles down your throat. BRIG, shout out to you, Bud, says the stream keeps acting up. I think it's a YouTube thing, to be honest, Buds. I don't have any drop frame showing. We've been streaming for just over an hour. So I don't know that it's fixed or resolved, but there is a known problem with YouTube. Apparently it's affected others where like you have to refresh the stream. It keeps glitching and everything. Brother said, do you still work with Wrestling Shop or WWE Euro Shop? Work with is a difficult one to say. I mean, my relationship with Wrestling Shop, I suppose, has been work, but I've never really viewed it that way. I was a customer with them, and they got in touch to be like, do you want to go around the warehouse and film? And so I started doing toy hunts. I mean, I suppose toy hunting is work, but I don't know, I never really view it that way. I still shop with them. I am a customer of theirs. I get like all my superstar figures from them, and there's no like Wrestling Shop lives planned or anything like that, or not to my knowledge. The last one they did, I was at back in 2023. So it's been a couple of years now. It's going to be this summer coming up to 2 years. But that was to coincide with Money in the Bank being in London. So maybe if WWE do another PLE in London, you might see something. Hopefully they would reach out. I think we're on really good terms. I haven't spoken to them in a little while. But I don't know, working with is hard to say. I mean, if I wanted, I could hit them up and say, can I come over and do a toy hunt? And I really don't think there would be an issue there. So that's my relationship with them. I love them. I think they're brilliant. I have no problem like praising them. I'm not paid by them. They don't sponsor the channel or anything like that. But I've said before, I think they're a really good company. I think they genuinely care. They have always been lovely to me. They've been great. And as I said, I'm a legitimate customer of theirs. So like I give them money to buy figure. They don't send me figures for free or anything. I buy stuff from them. So big fan. In regards to WWE Euro Shop, well, we've got an affiliate link, but I think they give those out to a lot of people, to be honest. So they did give us like a bit of a code where you could save money. But I think that actually ended the other day, so I think it might still be shown on here, but I don't think it works anymore. To be honest with you, I think it kind of came to a natural end because they keep having codes that are better. So they gave me a code that was like 15% off, but if you go to the website, then normally if you use, what is it, WWE Superstar or something like that, you can get like 20% off. So there's no flipping point, is there? So I'm honestly not bothered by the fact that they weren't able to improve that code. Fine, whatever. You know, if that was the best that they could do, I don't need it. I think you guys can get better savings by using the ones they have anyway. But yeah, I mean, there's still like an affiliate link, whatever. But I don't know, it's a bit weird. I mean, everything's quite quiet unless they come over, to be honest. If WWE come over, then there's this hive of activity. If WWE do like a PLE over here, or they do like a big UK tour, not like where they do one show or two shows, but like, you know, they do 8 shows or something and they're here for a week. Or if they do a PLE here, there's like this big hive of activity. If none of that's happening, it's really quiet. Everything's just quite quiet. So we've gone through quite a quiet period, but hopefully that will change with the UK supposedly in line for a PLE soon. So, but do we think Jade Cargill's going to return for revenge? Yes, definitely, but I don't know if that's tonight. Have you ever been to Tamworth? I have been to Tamworth, yes. I couldn't tell you why I've been to Tamworth, though. I have only ever been there a couple of times, and I don't know why I went there. I think one of them was to help when I worked in retail. One of them was to help out in the Tamworth branch, right? So one of them, I think, was for work. One of them was was not for work, though. I think I probably just went there with a girlfriend for a day out type thing. But it would be years and years and years and years and years ago. Do we see Elimination Chamber hype package? No, I think didn't it only recently just drop this new one, this women's one. There's a new women's one that's doing the rounds, and I've not had a chance to look at that yet. But it's meant to be good. I'm sure they'll show it. They'll probably show it on the kickoff show in a minute, won't they? The voice of WWE Evolve is going to be Pete Rosenberg, apparently. So Pete Rosenberg is going to be the voice of WWE Evolve. We're going to start doing those streams on Wednesday. We'll be doing Evolve streams. WrestleMania sale updates. Currently, it is set up for 50,000. And as of right now, they've sold 45,000 for Saturday, and they've sold 45,000 for Sunday. So, anyone else think it was going to be bigger than that? I thought it was going to be bigger than that. They've sold 50. They'll sell out both days, but I don't know. 100,000 across the 2 days, 50,000 each day. I feel like you could do Wembley and do 90,000 in a day. Maybe even 100,000 if you use the floor. I don't know. Could you get 10,000 on the floor? I don't know, actually. Maybe you could. Could you get 100,000 people into Wembley? Because it is 90,000, but then you do have to have some sort of stage. But WWE have shown that they're quite willing to have smaller stages if they can fit more people in. So I wonder if they... Well, it doesn't matter. We ain't doing Wembley anytime soon, but I'm quite surprised that at the moment we're looking at 51,000 set up for both days and it's still not quite sold out yet. Stay away from Dr. Featherstone's Twitter. Apparently he's posted spoilers. Yeah, I've already seen one. I don't think there was a way I was ever going to avoid it. So I've seen one. I'm not going to say, don't worry. I won't say here. I have got it in unseen, but I have got it in a folder called spoiler, and I won't write what it is. And I will probably say this is a spoiler. Well, I'll definitely say this is a spoiler. It's one of those where it's out there and it's newsworthy. It's hard to not talk about. I ain't talking about it here. I've probably got to put it in unseen, but it will be, you know, one of those where it's like, I'm going to give you ample opportunity to click off this video. And I'll probably leave it quite late as well, actually. I'll probably do, like, all the kickoff stuff, all of SmackDown, all the news. I might even do fun and everything and then touch on it, like, really at the end. And get, like, a good chunk of the video done first before, like, talking. It's going to be hard to not talk about, to be honest. I don't know. I'm really torn on it. I'm really torn. It's out there, and people keep tagging me in it. So people are talking about it. So it's like, I don't know. It just sucks, doesn't it? It just sucks. Do you watch Evolve and LFG? How do you watch it? Well, Evolve's going to be on YouTube. LFG, I think you have to go through, like, Watch Wrestling in the UK. We don't have A&E, so I think you have to go Watch Wrestling. My plan is to go to Watch Wrestling, and I'll just blast the whole series when it's up. The thing with LFG is it's going to be, about 8 weeks long, something like that. And I think they are going to work on a second season, but it's not going to be like, you know, Raw, SmackDown, or Evolve that's going to be every single week for the foreseeable future. Like, Evolve is going to be a new brand. And I'm really looking forward to Evolve. I think Evolve, it's not going to get... my prediction is it'll probably do 2,500, 3,000 views. Maybe this first one might do more, 5,000 views for us. You know, NXT tends to do about 7.58. I think Evolve will be well down on that. But I think this first one might get some interest. And I think they've been really clever, actually, and they need to find more ways of getting main roster fans to check it out. Like having Jessica Carr as a wrestler, that's really clever. Putting her under a mask, that's really clever, because people might want to tune in to see you know, how she looks. So that's good. But yeah, it'd be good if there was some top. I'm sure there will be some top NXT names. It's funny, isn't it? Main roster stars come down to NXT to help NXT ratings. Now we might see NXT stars like Trick, Julia, Stephanie. They might pop up at Evolve to help the Evolve ratings. So it's just weird. It's like we're really going down a level again. It's good. It's really, I like it. I feel like we're deep sea diving and we're going down to new depths, you know? Next, we'll be doing watch-alongs for people as they get their tryouts. Because that'll be the next level down. So, yeah, I kind of feel quite excited about it, actually. But I don't think it's going to do much in the way of ratings. People have only got so much time in the week. Can they really afford to go to that next level below NXT? I can, but I don't know how many others feel the same. But that'll be on YouTube for international audiences, to be for our US friends. Connor said, do we see any of these surprises happening? Cody agrees to sell his soul. Could do. I don't think he will, but it could do. Randy returns. Yeah, he is expected back early March. Trish turns on Tiffany. Could happen, but I don't believe it's going to go that way. I mean, we know that Tiffany's got a match with Charlotte. So Trish turning on Tiffany. I don't know where we pay that off. And can't be at WrestleMania. So unless it's just going to be a little side thing on the road to WrestleMania, which it could do. I mean, we do have like 6 weeks. So, I mean, it could be a little side thing as we continue to build to WrestleMania. So, yeah, I mean, there's no reason to really rule them out. The only thing I'd say is I can't see us doing Trish, Tiffany at Mania unless Trish gets involved in the match and it becomes a triple threat. But let's get down. Mackenzie said in 2K25 you can play as the Wild Samoans. Yeah, they've got a lot of the Bloodline family involved in that, haven't they? Which is really great. So yeah, good. You know me. I am not someone that's like that bothered by the video game. I liked the video games in the past. I don't know, modern video games, they're so big. There's like so many microtransactions and there's a lot of stuff in there which is just a bit, I don't know. I sort of feel like it's got a bit too big. It would feel like it would take too much time. It would feel like another job to me. So for me, I'm not really bothered. But for those that are excited by the game, yeah. I mean, there's so much in the games now. I don't even know what people want. It used to be people wanted GM mode, but I believe that's in there, isn't it? Roster's goods. I'm sure there's always another wrestler that you could mention, but I don't know, man. I came from the time where you had about 10 or 12 wrestlers in the games when I was young, you know? So you used to have like your big names, but there was plenty of names that were missing. Now I feel like you've got pretty much everyone, or you can just go to the community creations and just download someone's version of a superstar that's missing, you know. So yeah, good to see the Wild Samoans in there, though. It's great to see them getting their flowers. Matt Pete, shout out to you, said Chris Featherbrain isn't a reliable source. No one's going to leak anything to him. Are you going to call him out when it turns out to be false, says Mayor Pete. Well, I mean, I don't necessarily go out of my way to call people out. I mean, I think that there is a weird relationship that wrestling fans have with dirt sheets. The way I feel about dirt sheets is that I know that they're not going to get everything 100%, but it's just who's more accurate than the others. Like, I think there is genuinely plans that change. I've said this before, like, we know that The Rock has come in and changed plans, for example, right? We know that, like, Shinsuke was meant to be on this show. Like, they announced in advance that they were going to do LA Knight versus Shinsuke. Now here we are at this show, and all of a sudden that match isn't happening, right? So that is clearly a plan that changed. The Rock came in, he changed plans. All you've ever heard about is how Vince would rip up the script before the show and do something completely different, and how that would frustrate a load of people. So, you know, I'm not looking to defend the dirt sheets here, but what I will say is I don't go into the dirt sheets with an expectation that everything they say is gospel and everything they say is going to be 100%. I go in with it being, who do I genuinely believe has got a good enough success rate where I think they are being told information? Like, the ones that I don't have time for are the ones that just blatantly make stuff up. Like, you know, you people that are trying to make it as a journalist, but they haven't got any sources. So they just come out with lies. And, you know, I ain't into that. But I think if you look at someone like PW Nexus, they have got a good success rate when they speak. WrestleVotes, I think they've got a good success rate. You know, they tend to tweet some out annoyingly before the show, which then turns out to be true. I think the same with PW Nexus as well. I think they have a good success rate. I think Fightful have got a good success rate. But, you know, would I sit here and defend them and say, like, everything they get is 100% correct? No, I wouldn't. No, I've never done that. I don't see myself as a defender of the dirt sheets. But then equally, I don't see myself as someone that necessarily takes them to task. I don't really see that as my job. My job isn't to sit here and tell you that there's a load of bad sources out there. What I'm here is to have a look and see which ones I think are the most reliable, the ones that have had successful stories in the past, and like, you know, use them for Unseen and try and avoid the ones that are rubbish. I mean, I don't look to include rubbish in Unseen, but the truth is I don't have sources. I've never claimed to have sources. I don't have sources. I just use the same information that you lot see online. So we're all in the same boat of trying to work out what information is good, what information isn't. It's about having reliable, trusted sources. It's about having, you know, good sources. What I will say is the Dr. Chris Featherstone information is very well known right now, right? It's done the rounds. A lot of people have seen it. I've been tagged in it a few times. If you don't know it, don't worry, I'm not going to say it. But everyone knows where that information has come from now. If that does not come through, right? If that does not come through, then that's going to be a big hit to his reputation, isn't it? I won't need to say anything. People will be able to see it for themselves. So, you know, this is the game, isn't it? This is what the risk that the journalists run. You know, they get the information, they put it out there. If they are correct, you know, you stand the chance of people complaining, you know, why did you spoil it, blah, 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 which, you know, I do get that totally. But then if it's incorrect, then they have people going, you were wrong, you don't have any sources, blah, 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 you know. To be honest, there's no winning there, is there? There's no winning in any of that. So I don't really get involved in that side of it. I'm not interested in that side of it. I just think if you want to know what the rumors are, if you want to know where the conversation is, if you want to know what's being said online at the moment, I can bring that to you. I can tell you what's being said. And not the stuff from the sources that are just completely making stuff up, you know? People kept telling me, why aren't you covering Dreadmare? Why, you know, you're doing all these Wyatt Six videos. Why aren't you talking about Dreadmare? And it's like, because it's a load of nonsense. It's a load of rubbish. It's made up rubbish. And we kept saying it. And I kept getting into heated conversations with people on X about it that were adamant that it was not and that it was legit and it was Bo Dallas and all this kind of stuff. And, you know, that's the kind of nonsense that I'm standing against, you know. But like when it comes to a Fightful or when it comes to a WrestleVotes or when it comes to a PW Nexus, like I believe in those sources. Dr. Chris Featherstone, jury's still out, to be honest. I haven't seen loads from Dr. Chris Featherstone. If there's stuff that's been incorrect before, let me know. I'd be interested to know what they were wrong on. But I have seen them come through with stuff that was correct as well. I've seen them come through with stuff that has been accurate. So I don't see them as being a source that just completely makes stuff up all the time, because I know they've been correct in the past as well. But I don't really see it as my job to be like calling people out and all that sort of stuff, you know. That's not what I do. That's not what I've ever done. It's for you to decide who's accurate and not accurate. And it's for you to decide what you believe and what you don't believe. Darwin said, I wouldn't listen. Dork guy reporting to paychecks. No one nor him knows F all about the chamber scripts from top to bottom, except Triple H, Nick, Ariel, and Rock. Remember, Ariel did say he's hearing things that are going to be huge at Elimination Chamber, says Darwin. Darwin, shout out to you, buds. I appreciate the support. Again, all I can say is it's up to you, isn't it? It's absolutely up to you. It's up to you if you believe it or if you don't believe it. My answer is I don't know, because I don't know what's about to happen. So he's making quite the claim if he's making it up. That's all I'll say. It would be a real stupid thing for him to just make up. Because if you are someone that values your journalistic integrity, like if you are someone that wants to be seen as reliable, this ain't the move you make. You don't come out and just go, such and such is winning, and then it doesn't happen, because that is only going to hurt you when you didn't need to do that. So, I don't know. For me, I just think this would be a wild thing for him to make up. I mean, put yourself in his shoes. You want to be seen as a journalist. You want to be seen as someone that's got sources. You want to be seen as someone that's reliable. So you're going to make up who's going to win the chamber and hope no one notices that what you said didn't come true. I mean, I've got to admit, the math don't math on that one for me. The math don't quite math. So I don't know. I can't sit here and say if it is being made up, if it's not being made up. I genuinely don't know. We'll find out, won't we? And just as well as finding out about that, we're going to find out about this. Seems really quiet. I think we've got some sound issues. So we are starting our Elimination Chamber kickoff coverage. Has anyone else got sound problems, or is it just me? CM Punk is making his way. Horrible sounds, really horrible sounds. Horrible sounds. Can't make it anything out at all. Roxanne Perez. Oh yeah, big for her. Really big for her. There's Bailey. Not a flipping clue, mate. Really bad sounds. Can't hear anything. You can sort of hear Michael Cole in the background. Slight cheers there, but even the music doesn't sound very good. Trish is making her way through. Audio is fine. Really? God, no. Really bad. I can't hear any Michael Cole. I can sort of hear Michael in the background. I can hear the music. The music sounded louder. That's interesting. Is anyone else having any problem? Audio is garbage, says Noctivet. I wonder if it is something refresh. Yeah, that's a good point. I wonder if that's what's happened. I wonder if the audio, I wonder if the YouTube issue has affected me there. That's a really interesting point, actually. Yeah, Noctivex said it did sound a bit garbage. Crowd was definitely quiet. Seems like there is a bit of a split in regards to if people were having issues or not. If you're having issues, refresh. I think it might be the exact same thing people keep saying on these streams where there's issues with the audio, issues with the thing. That's so funny if that's what's just happened. Dormouse, shout out to you. Days humbled me about Dreadmare when I first joined, said Dormouse. I don't remember that, to be honest, but it still doesn't sound right. I've refreshed. Talking about WrestleMania 6. Technical issues. I'm on YouTube. It's working fine for me, says James. Oh, that's interesting. He's really, I mean, yeah. It seems like it's a problem for some, not for others. I was watching stuff.